We are on day 6, Wednesday, 7th May 2025. We're going to start with item 3, Human Rights Situation in Africa. And then we continue with item 6, activity reports of members of the Commission and special mechanisms. And under that item, we have 3 activity reports of the chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa, Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, and the chairperson of the Working Group on the Rights of Older Persons and People with Disabilities in Africa. We have a tea break from 11 to 11:30. Then we continue with item 3, Human Rights Situation again. And then we have item 4, which is panels. From 12:30 to 1:30, we have panel on the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and launching of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women's Empowerment newsletter. At 1:30 to 2:30, we have a lunch break. After lunch break, we continue with item 4 on panels. And then we have 2 panels. Panel on lessons from the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda and current challenges, human rights in conflict situations, and transitional justice. The last panel of the day will be from 6:30 to 5:30, panel on the need for a torture-free trade treaty, and that will be the end of day 6. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam STC. So we have to start now with human rights situation in Africa. I have... Toi? Yes, thank you very much. Commissioner Hatem is a message. Commissioner Hatem, you can take the floor. Okay. Republic of Malawi. Dr. Lucy Kachapila, Commissioner, National Children's Commission. Malawi? Are you talking on behalf of the government or you are a National Human Rights Commission?
Yes, government. No. We are speaking on behalf of the government.
Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Madam Chairperson, Commissioners, and distinguished delegates. It is a great honor for me to address the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on behalf of the Republic of Malawi regarding the state of human rights in our nation. The government and the people of Malawi are once again pleased to participate in this 83rd ordinary session. The government of Malawi affirms its commitment towards the advancement of democratic governance, rule of law, and human rights through our liberal constitution and progressive domestic laws. We would like to share some developments that have taken place in Malawi in the promotion and protection of human rights since we last addressed the Commission at the 81st Ordinary Session. Chairperson, as we approach our general election in September 2025, the registration of voters has been completed, and verification of the voters' roll will commence soon. Furthermore, to further ensure that the elections are conducted in a free and fair manner, government is in the process of finalizing regulations on how a person can lodge complaints against a political party. I am pleased to also report at this August meeting that all sections of the country are participating in the process. Notably, the children of Malawi have demonstrated remarkable civic engagement by developing and presenting their children's manifesto to all political parties. This initiative ensures that the next government will prioritize children issues and maintain a child-friendly approach in its governance. Chairperson, allow me to highlight another significant milestone in our legislative reforms. The government of Malawi has made substantial progress in modernizing our legal framework through the enactment of two crucial pieces of legislation during Parliament's last sitting. These are as follows. Number one, the Mental Health Act 2025 and the Prison Act 2025. These new laws replace colonial era legislation that had become outdated and incompatible with modern human rights standards. The Mental Health Act represents a paradigm shift in how we address mental health issues in our country, moving away from an outdated approach to one that embraces a human right-based perspective. Similarly, the Prison Act transforms our correctional system's focus from purely punitive measures to an emphasis on rehabilitation and reintegration of offenders into the society. Chairperson, I now move to the protection of vulnerable groups. Child protection remains a priority for our government. We have launched a national strategy to end child marriage, whose target is to reduce child marriage by 20% by 2030. We are particularly proud of increased child participation in decision-making processes, with at least 30 children's representatives engaging with the Ministry of Finance and parliamentary committees on funding for children's services. This engagement has extended to district councils, where children actively advocate for improved services and the eradication of all forms of abuse. Additionally, I would like to report that Government of Malawi has fully operationalized the National Children's Commission. And this commission has been mandated to monitor and direct all stakeholders to promote children's welfare and rights. Chairperson, the government has made substantial progress in social protection through reforms in our social cash transfer program. In 2024, we revised our targeting criteria to focus on 4 key categories. Number 1, older persons, chronically ill people, children below the age of 2, and persons with disabilities. To complement these reforms efforts, we have launched the Community Development Month initiative, fostering self-care or self-help spirit among communities to advance local development projects. In addressing gender-related issues, we have developed and implemented the National Male Engagement Strategy to combat gender-based violence. We have also launched a national strategy on political empowerment of women aimed at enhancing women's participation in the upcoming elections while reducing election-related violence against the women. Furthermore, we have reviewed and removed gender-insensitive provisions from the police service standing orders, aligning them with our Constitution. The government continues to strengthen its institutional frameworks through various reforms, including the review of the Gender Equality Act, implementation, and monitoring plan. These efforts demonstrate our commitment to creating an inclusive society that protects and promotes the rights of the citizens. Let me conclude by reaffirming Malawi's unwavering commitment to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and our dedication to working closely with the Commission in advancing human rights in our country. I would like to thank you for your attentive listening. Thank you very much. God bless you. Dr. Lucy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lucy Kachapila. The Commission takes note of your statement. Now I'll call Ministry of Foreign Affairs on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia, Mr. Nurin Endris Jebri.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates of member states, distinguished representatives of international organizations, distinguished representatives of national human rights institutions, distinguished representatives of civil society organizations, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to address this august body on behalf of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia at its 83rd Ordinary Session. Since I am taking the floor for the first time, please allow me to congratulate the Commission on the successful organization of this meeting. Mr. Chairperson, as global consensus on common international norms continues to weaken, our world is currently going through a challenging time marked by the erosion of multilateralism. Mounting geopolitical tensions and the growth of nationalism pose a challenge to the operations of regional and international institutions, including those working in the field of human rights, as well as the values they uphold. The need to overcome these challenges is a highly imperative for our continent more than ever. We must all work together to secure political and financial support for human rights goals and the structures that underpin them. Ethiopia calls for coordinated and concerted efforts to tackle the impacts arising from polarization and geopolitical rivalry that are posing a threat to the world order, and remains committed to standing united to advance our collective aspirations to human rights. Mr. Chairperson, I would like to seize this opportunity to reaffirm Ethiopia's strong commitment to promoting, protecting, respecting, and advancing the global and regional human rights agenda through cooperation and a consultative approach in international and regional frameworks. Ethiopia adheres to its national, regional, and international human rights commitments by expediting the ratification of human rights treaties and adopting and implementing key legislative, policy, and institutional reforms. The government of Ethiopia has undertaken a comprehensive and vital legal reform that introduced progressive laws aimed at enhancing human rights protection and strengthening independent institutions. Mr. Chairperson, Ethiopia is putting into action a comprehensive transitional justice policy focused on ensuring accountability, uncovering the truth, and promoting reconciliation across the country. As Ethiopia develops the legal structures and institutions required for its execution, it remains committed to making the process inclusive, participatory, and trustworthy. After the policy adoption in April 2024, significant strides have been made in drafting laws that prioritize accountability. Notably, among the 5 draft proclamations prepared to this effect, the International Crimes Proclamation stands out for addressing long-standing legal gaps in the Ethiopian legal system. It is consistent with relevant international standards and covers serious crimes such as torture and other cruel, inhuman, degrading treatment or punishment, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and enforced disappearance. In parallel, Ethiopia has made remarkable achievements in the national dialogue, which seeks to build national consensus through wide-ranging and inclusive discussions. Thus far, the National Dialogue Commission has completed identifying and gathering agendas in all regions of Ethiopia except one. Furthermore, Ethiopia is showing steadfast progress in advancement of economic, social, and cultural rights by prioritizing inclusive development, poverty reduction, and access to essential services. The government has been taking effective and efficient measures to strengthen legal and institutional frameworks to ensure rights are better protected and progressively realized by undertaking several initiatives targeting education, healthcare, housing, job creation, environment, and wide-scale urban development aimed at modernizing city infrastructures. Mr. Chairperson, with the view to promoting and fulfilling the right to education in Ethiopia under the slogan, Education for Generations, over 82 billion has been mobilized in support, resulting in the construction of 6,815 schools across the country. Efforts have also been made to enhance the capacity of existing schools and to rehabilitate those damaged by conflict. Ethiopia's continued commitment to fostering inclusivity and upholding the rights and dignity of all individuals is demonstrated in the growing presence of women in leadership and legislative roles. As of October 2024, women occupied 36% of the federal ministerial positions, 8 out of 22, and accounted for 33% of the cabinet members. Moreover, after the 2021 general election, the proportion of female parliamentarians has risen to 42%, an increase from 38.7% in the previous parliamentary session. In conclusion, Mr. Chairperson, my delegation wishes to reaffirm Ethiopia's unwavering commitment to upholding its human rights obligation. I would also like to convey the Ethiopian government's dedication to actively collaborate with the Commission to ensure the effective promotion and protection of human rights. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nurgin. Now I call, on behalf of the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs of South Sudan, Dr. Wekmamer Kuol, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Excellency, you have the floor for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Honorable Remy Nyagon Lambo, Chairperson of the African Union, African Commission on Human and People Rights, honorable members of the Commission, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the revitalized transitional government of the national unity under the leadership of His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit. The government seeks to effectively participate in this session of the African Commission on Human and People Rights. Since the ratification of the African Charter on Human and People Rights in 2013, this will be my government's first time to officially update the Commission on the progress made in the domestication of the Charter and other African Union human rights-related conventions and protocols. The Charter and the Transitional Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan 2011, as amended, has enabled the government to promote individual human rights through enactment of laws and promote respect to dignity of every citizen in the country. The Charter indeed empowered the government to establish an affirmative action for women to have up to 35 positions in the government, and ratified also the protocol of the African Charter on Human and People Rights on the rights of women in Africa, Maputo Protocol. The adoption of the protocol has helped in elimination of harmful cultural practices and discrimination against the women. In addition, the government has established a number of safe houses for vulnerable women and mobile courts to prosecute cases of gender-based violence being committed against women. My government also established separate detention cells for women at various police stations in Juba, Malakal, and Wau, and trained more than 40 female police officers in criminal investigation, especially on cases related to sexual violence. Moreover, my government in 2023 ratified the International Convention on the Right of Persons with Disabilities, International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and International Covenant on Political and Cultural Rights, and provided training on human rights to a number of government personnel from relevant ministries and members of parliament to further improve human rights in the country. More importantly, my government has enacted the transitional justice laws for the establishment of Commission for Truth, Reconciliation, and Healing, and Compensation and Reparation Authority. These laws will solidify the social fabric and address the root causes of conflict. To effectively improve the judicial system in the country, the Judicial Reform Committee, established in accordance with Article 1.17 of the agreement, submitted its final report to the government. The report recommends, among others, amendment of the judiciary key laws, training of judges, and establishment of credible, independent constitutional court. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the Commission, I would like to state that South Sudan is yet to submit its first national report to the Commission in accordance with Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People Rights. Therefore, my government is requesting from the Commission at technical assistance and capacity building to the rule of law sector, particularly in the area of human rights. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The Honorable Commissioner Solomon Aele Derso, who is the country rapporteur of South Sudan, has taken note of the technical assistance that you are requested. He will get in relationship with you to know what we can put in place to assist you for that. Thank you very much, Excellency. Je vais maintenant appeler le compte de la République démocratique du Congo.
Democratic Republic of Congo. I would like to call the Vice Minister of Justice responsible for international litigations, His Excellency Samuel Mbemba Kabuya, to make a statement. You have 10 minutes, Excellency Vice Minister. You have the floor. Thank you. Honorable Remy Ngoy Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission, honorable members of the Commission, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, distinguished participants to this very session, all protocols strictly and duly observed. It is indeed with a pleasure and a high sense of responsibility that I take today the floor before you within this platform to where I will speak for where I had spoken in 2015. I pronounced a statement on behalf of the Democratic Republic of Congo. At that time, I was an advisor to the Minister of Justice and Human Rights. And at that time, I was there to defend the interests of the Republic before international institutions. The opportunity that you are giving to me today as Vice Minister of Justice responsible for litigation at the international plane allows me to interact with you with respect to the inroads made in terms of human rights in my country, in particular to talk about the situation of victims of the aggression of Rwanda, of Paul Kagame, because this has led to massive and repeated violations of the rights of the civilian populations. Before anything else, Chairperson, please allow me to express the greetings of the Congolese people and also through the President of the Republic, Felix Antoine Tshisekedi, who is following closely and with satisfaction the deliberations of this big sanctuary aimed at preserving the laws guaranteed by the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Indeed, the President has charged us to transmit to you his encouragement in this noble battle that you are undertaking for the respect of human rights of each African, of each population, through by any individual, irrespective of who or she he is, or irrespective of any country. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the African Commission, since the accession to the President of the Republic of the country by President Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, several initiatives have been taken with a view to improving and promoting and protecting human rights in the country. And this is through constitutional reforms and through legislative reforms. In that regard, we can name, for example, the protection of the rights of the minorities and opposition, and this has now been a reality. Freedom of expression, for which people mistake for ingerence. No one dies in the Democratic Republic of Congo because one is an opponent. Civic and political rights are guaranteed to all without restriction. And the evidence is that during the last presidential elections, no candidate was excluded under any pretext whatsoever. All those who believe that they will benefit from the confidence of the people could be elected president of the republic. All those people have had the right to apply for this post and also to move throughout the national territory during the electoral campaign. National and international observers have certified that the second victory of Felix Antoine Tshisekedi was done normally. On the legislative plane, we can cite inter alia the organic law on the protection of people living with disabilities, the law on the protection and promotion of the rights of indigenous people. However, the law fixing the fundamental principles relating to the protection and the protection of victims against peace and security. Also, we have the decree modifying and completing decree of 30th January 1945 on the criminal code. On the institutional plane, we can name inter alia the National Fund for Reparations of Victims of sexual violence linked to conflicts, and also victims of crime in terms of against peace and security of humanity. The National Solidarity Fund and the humanitarian management of disaster. Given that the text has already been distributed, and I would now, among the list, you would allow me to indicate before concluding the establishment of project of the development of 145 territories. There is also need to underscore that on the 25th of April 2025, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, has initiated works for the elaboration of the new salary structure scale of civil servants. With respect to the rights of women, which is also part and parcel of the Maputo Protocol and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in their entirety, the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo has deployed efforts to increase the participation of women in several institutions, including the emblematic case and the appointment of a woman, namely Madame Judith Suminwa-Tuluka, as Prime Minister and head of the government. With respect to the obstacles or the difficulty for the promotion and protection of human rights, it should be underscored that the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo is in the process of making efforts, significant efforts, but then they are confronted with the Rwandan aggression in the eastern part of the country. At this juncture, whilst I am here, President Paul Kagame, with M23 forces, have just attacked the neighborhood of Lunyasenge in the eastern part of the republic, and to the detriment of the process of the signature of the peace agreement which is ongoing. In addition to this, they are continuing systematically. He is continuing to apply his policy of destabilizing the DRC. Sometimes he would get Congolese who he would instrumentalize against their countries. Sometimes he goes all over the world to indicate that in Rwanda there is a reserve land to welcome migrants from United Kingdom and United States of America. Thank God the United Kingdom and the United States of America have indeed understood that he is just selling issues to no end. The accessibility to state services in the conflict zones and areas under occupation by the Rwandan army and its ally M23 does not allow us to roll out the policies, the strategies, and the programs conceived by the government with a view to improving to the maximum the promotion of human rights. The Rwandan army and its allies, the M23, have still continued to violating the integrity of our territory. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Monsieur
the Vice Minister of Justice, the Commissioner and Country Rapporteur, Mrs. Marie-Louise Abomo, will take due note of this statement and will remain in touch with your government for activities that she may deem necessary to roll out within the framework of the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Thank you, Your Excellency. Okay. I would now give the floor to His Excellency, the Honorable Minister responsible for of the Republic of Cameroon, His Excellency Felix Mbayu, for 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair and dear brother, honorable commissioners, heads of delegations, the representative of organizations working in the field of human and people's rights, ladies and gentlemen, it is always a great pleasure for the Cameroonian delegation, which I have the honor to lead, to take part in the ordinary sessions of our continental institution on human and people's rights. In that regard, I would like to add my voice to that of earlier speakers to thank the government of the Republic of the Gambia for its constant availability during the sessions and for facilitating the reception and stay of the delegations. Would equally like to extend greetings to the entire Commission for the excellent holding and the quality of the organization of this ordinary session.
People's rights is a continuous construct. This Commission is well aware of Cameroon's credentials in this area. The fact that the Cameroonian delegation to nearly all the sessions of this Commission are always led at the ministerial level is eloquent testimony to this fact. Mr. President, we observe, and unfortunately so, that at the time of the holding of this 83rd ordinary session of the Commission, Cameroon, like other African countries, is not spared from the damaging effects of climate change, which evidently do hinder the development of our continent. Indeed, with regards to these harmful effects, my country was shaken by a landslide that took place in an area called the Chancleve on the 5th of November 2025. My government immediately responded to this natural disaster by conducting search and recovery operations for those caught under the rubble and providing medical care to the victims. As a long-term follow-up to this sad occurrence, on the 15th of March 2025, reconstruction work on the aforementioned cliff was embarked upon. In addition to being subjected to such natural disasters, my country also faces various acts of terrorism. One such incident was the kidnapping on the 1st of October 2024 of the divisional officer of the area called Idabato, near the border, the maritime borders with Nigeria, a kidnapping perpetrated by armed gangs. He was fortunately released on the 17th of March 2025 after several months of torture and captivity. More recently, on the night of the 24th, breaking 25th March 2025, the Joint Tactical Group of Sector 1 of the Multinational Joint Task Force set up by the African Union to fight the Boko Haram, of which Cameroon is a part, was attacked by these terrorists in a place in Nigeria called Wulgo. Wulgo in the Borno state of Nigeria. The attack left 12 Cameroonian soldiers dead, 24 others wounded, 2 pickup trucks seized, 3 others burned, 19 individual and collective weapons, ammunition of various calibers stolen, and the troops' dormitories and other personal belongings set on fire. Monsieur le Président, honorables commissaires, mesdames et messieurs, malgré l'impact considérable de ces fléaux sur la plaine
on the enjoyment of human rights, the state of Cameroon, under the leadership of Paul Biya, President of the Republic, continues to invest unabatedly on the enjoyment of these rights. Therefore, as regards the normative framework, my country has adhered to the Convention on Stateless Persons of 1954 and the cases of statelessness in 1961 by a decree of the head of state signed on the 24th of July 2024. Furthermore, Law number 2024/18 of 23rd December 2024 on the exercise and organization of traditional medicine in Cameroon was adopted, as well as law number 2024/16 of 23rd December 2024 on the organization of the system of registering civil status facts, which is aimed at improving on the civil status system and improving access to documents from the civil status centers. Similarly, in order to simplify the procedure of obtaining identification documents, 2 new centers for production of identity cards have been opened in Yaoundé and Douala. These centers will henceforth make it possible to issue national identity cards, biometric national identity cards within 48 hours. The construction of 68 other centers and the improvement of 219 posts throughout the country have been envisaged. Furthermore, apart from the national identity cards, the 10 centers will produce residence permits, refugee cards, as well as the invalidity card for people living with disabilities.
To briefly come back to certain allegations which have been leveled against my country as regards the freedom of association. The Cameroon government is very aware that the activity of these associations is an important component in the development of the country, and appreciates their participation as long as it is done within the ambit of the law. It is in this regard that my government has continued to take measures to ensure the transparency, accountability, and financial stability of these associations as prescribed by the law. It is within this backdrop that organizations operating without authorization or in disrespect of the laws and regulations in force, including receiving funds from abroad when not so authorized, and not enrolling such funds in the register set up for that purpose, were suspended or banned in December 2024. All the relevant documents shall be submitted to the Commission during this session. I should mention, on passing, that after the suspension, 5 Western ambassadors were received on their request by the competent minister and the Minister of External Relations, and all this justifying, all the documents justifying the government action was submitted to them in all transparency, and I dare say they left satisfied. On another point, I would like to current with the politics of Cameroon are aware that Cameroon is at an important juncture in its political life, with the upcoming presidential elections set for October 2025. In this regard, I would like to reassure this Commission, on behalf of my government, that the institution in charge of Elections Cameroon, is working hard to ensure that the process is free, fair, and transparent for all stakeholders involved, because peace, unity, and development of our country depends on this. To conclude my statement, Mr. President, honorable members of this august commission, I am pleased to announce that Cameroon shall soon submit its periodic report under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as well as 5 other instruments, something it has always done, as a testimony to its consistent collaboration with all human rights mechanisms. Thank you very much for your keen and kind attention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci beaucoup à Son Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre.
Excellency, the Minister of External Relations, Felix Mbayu, the Counter Rapporteur for Cameroon, and I'll call on your collaborator to send us the statement which you have read, so that together we'll continue dialogue and to ensure that we follow up on the activities taking place in the country. Before I move to the next item on the agenda, I would like to call an intergovernmental organization and 2 NGOs, because the ICRC will go back to Dakar between now and 11 a.m. on a list of national human rights institutions. We have called them for about 2 or 3 days, and they have not responded, and I'm certain that they are not present. So let me call the International Committee of the Red Cross, Jean-Nicolas Mati, the regional head of the ICRC. You have 7 minutes, and afterwards I'll call 2 NGOs, and then we'll move on to another item on the agenda. That's the activity reports. So I give you the floor, Mr. Jean-Nicolas Mati. You have 7 minutes. Honorable Chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates and state representatives, international human rights institutions and civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. The International Committee of the Red Cross would like to congratulate the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for the holding of its 83rd ordinary session. In my capacity as head of the delegation of the ICRC in Dakar, I would like to express satisfaction with the invitation which has been bestowed on us to take part and to make our modest contribution. As you must be aware, the ICRC is a neutral international and independent organization whose mission is exclusively humanitarian and to help people in cases of armed conflict and to grant them assistance. Furthermore, the ICRC is a custodian of international humanitarian law, which offers a framework to attenuate the effects of conflict and to reestablish the dignity of victims during war. In our constant quest for respect of this branch of the law, we consider the African Commission on Human and People's Rights as a strategic partner in the achievement of our respective mandates. Thus, the ICRC is working on 3 other files with the Commission to implement the African Union's mission to deal with displaced persons in Africa. That's a Kampala Convention, which we talked about yesterday. In spite of these efforts, we are witnesses for many years now of the alarming scope and intensity of conflict, leading to devastating consequences for and also leading victims who are mostly civilians. The preservation of human dignity in cases of conflict continues to increase, and this will deal with cases where human life is in danger, where infrastructure is threatened, and where it is often fragile. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, for instance, in Sudan and the Sahel countries, just to name a few, there are cases of major displaced persons, heavy attacks on people and their goods, and destruction of infrastructure such as hospitals, and this indeed reduces humanitarian space. As a consequence to this alarming situation, the ICRC and 6 countries, Brazil, China, France, Jordan, Kazakhstan, and South Africa, on the 27th of February 2024, they pronounced the initiative of the IDH to mobilize politicians for the respect of this situation. And those who are facing huge challenges benefit from our assistance. Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, this cannot succeed without your support. The objective is to make UDH a priority at the world, regional, and national levels, thus to lay down standards for the universal involvement, which will be uniform and faithful in all cases of armed conflict. Within this framework, particular attention will be given to 7 levels of work, which I'm going to list now. 1. Good practices in prevention. 2. National human rights commissions, ensuring the respect of human rights at the national level. The human rights and peace. 4. Protection of civilian infrastructure. 5. Protecting hospitals. 6. Relationship with digital aspects. And 6. War. Our approach is inclusive, constructive, and deals with concrete aspects. The entire countries of the world which have ratified the convention are called upon to participate and make a concrete contribution to discussions which will take place in the form of consultation. This will bring together government representatives, civilians, and the military, and where necessary, the National Red Cross, as well as university experts and other categories of persons. It started on the 15th of April with the first consultation on the protection of civilian infrastructure and will continue as I speak. After the publication of the intermediate report next September, this initiative will be followed by other 2 consultations which will take place in the second semester of 2025 and 2026. The initiative will end by the end of 2026 to affirm the commitment of states to defend humanity in cases of war. We want to express satisfaction with the fact that many African countries are involved in the highest level of this initiative, and would like to congratulate them at the same time. Would further like to encourage all African states to join this initiative. International organizations, and in particular the Commission, have an important role to play within this framework. They provide a privileged forum to identify the challenges involved in the application and respect of the IDH, and to underscore its respect in its multilateral and bilateral relations. I'd like to end with a call to you all Our responsibility is collective, and together let us strengthen international humanitarian law. I thank you very much, Jean-Nicolas Mati. The Commission will continue to count on the collaboration which we share together in regard to international humanitarian law. Environment, natural resources. You have to prepare. While you are preparing, I'll call another institution because time is not on our side. I've been told that 2 national human rights institutions are present. The Network for Women Leaders, you have 5 minutes, 5 minutes maximum. Very quickly, please.
Honorable State Party Delegate, RFLD, Réseau des Femmes Leaders pour le Développement, and the West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network, more commonly known as WADEMOS, are honored to convene again before the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on the holding of its 83rd ordinary session here in Banjul, in the Republic of the Gambia. In the time since our presence here last year, the continent has seen an escalation of tensions and unrest within and among countries in various regions of the continent. And these have taken an adverse toll on human rights and denied millions access to a life of decency and dignity. We are plagued by brutal conflict in the DRC, Ethiopia, and Sudan, and mounting tensions between the ECOWAS and the AES that threaten regional integration amid a raging terrorist insurgency. Through it all, RFLD maintains commitment to its agenda of gender equality, personal safety, and opportunity for all women and girls across the Sahel, West, Central, and Southern Africa. And in diverse and increasing ways, its mission and its interventions continue to bank on the leverage and support of national and regional level pro-democracy civil society organizations of WADEMOS bound in solidarity against the tide of democratic backsliding across the West African sub-region. In the wake of the growing instability and uncertainty across the West Africa sub-region, RFLD and other distinguished members of the WADEMOS value highly the goodwill and the cooperation of the African Commission in safeguarding democracy and championing the involvement of ordinary citizens and the freedoms of human rights defenders. However, we do take cognizance of how, in recent times, these invaluable freedoms have increasingly come under attack and other avenues of power across the West Africa sub-region. The Sahel suffers severe climate change over a terrain that is struggling to contain what counts among the world's worst humanitarian crisis. And while the situation is aggravated by terrorist insurgency, any hopes of redemption or rescue for many ordinary citizens are diminished as they are massacred by terrorist groups. While the terrorist violence and attendant refugee crisis increasingly spread towards the coast, the increasing speed of military coup and the sustained effort by some leaders to extend the stay in power beyond their constitutional limit continue to pose significant threat to human rights across the West Africa sub-region. In a hostile response to opposition and repeated call for constitutionalism and the rule of law, there are government-sanctioned violent crackdown on protesters by government security forces, illegal arrest and detention of government critics, and clampdown on the media. Some countries have witnessed the authority and functions of their media regulator disrupted and undermined, while in others there have been attempts by president to undo the separation of powers with manipulation of the constitution, and in some instances even use of forces against parliament, state, and the judiciary. They have not just merely compromised the integrity of the state in conditions, but have more importantly adversely affected their capacity to protect and ensure the rights of citizens. At a time when the little political and economic security that was cobbled together for citizens across the sub-region is fast being dismantled with the growing tensions between the ECOWAS and the AES, it is unsettling to observe the sub-region increasingly divisive political, ethnocentric, and religious sentiment that instigate tensions and division, facilitating chaos and human rights violations, including gender-based violence and violence against children. We call on the Commission to take decisive action, conduct country-funded mission in relation to human rights abuses in the region, particularly in countries under military regimes and conflict zones where civil and political liberties remain suppressed. Call on member states to respect human rights, uphold democratic principles, and release political prisoners. Remain hopeful that with the Commission leadership and the collective efforts of civil society, we can renew West Africa, turn the tide against authoritarianism, protect human rights, and build a brighter future for all in the region. Thank you, Chairperson.
Merci beaucoup.
Much. The representative of Women in Leadership for Development, Environment, Natural Resources. Sir, you are making us lose a lot of time. I ask you to look for a microphone. Please take the floor quickly because time is not on our side. You have 5 minutes. That's a microphone for NGOs. Is there no microphone there? Please look for a place where you can make your presentation. So, National Human Rights Commission, Algeria, and afterwards I'll call Cameroon. National Human Rights Algeria. Algeria Human Rights Commission, the National Human Rights Council for Algeria, please.
Is finally here, Cameroon Human Rights Commission. Dr. Gallagher.
Positive developments, the human rights situation in Cameroon, as well as the Commission's concerns and activities since the 82nd session held in October 2024. On positive developments, the Cameroon Human Rights Commission welcomes significant legal and policy reforms aimed at strengthening human rights protection in Cameroon. These include new laws promulgated by the President of the Republic in December 2024 in the areas of fisheries and aquaculture, traditional medicine, civil registration, civil protection, on personal data protection, as well as the national policy on inclusive education adopted on October 2024. The Cameroon Human Rights Commission also commends the government's new biometric system enabling national identity card issuance within 48 hours. This reform tackles long-standing delays, enhances the right to identity, and combats marginalization. Ultramodern centers were launched in Yaoundé and Douala in June 2024, with more centers on the way. Regarding the broader human rights situation, Cameroon is preparing for the 2025 presidential elections. The Cameroon Human Rights Commission must increase civic engagement with voter registration up by 45% as of March 2025 when compared with the same period last year. Elections Cameroon's introduction of a secure digital platform for registration verification is a commendable innovation the Cameroon Human Rights Commission has initiated human rights monitoring during this pre-electoral phase and will continue till the end of the process. Insecurity persists in the far north, the northwest, and southwest regions of the country, but the situation is relatively stable. Between November 2024 and April 2025, there were 62 attacks recorded by the Cameroon Human Rights Commission affecting the rights to life, property, and integrity. Despite these challenges, the Cameroon Human Rights Commission commenced progress, including the implementation of 2 humanitarian assistance plans put in place in March 2025, increased voter registration in conflict zones, enrollment of 4,075 repentant combatants into DDR centers, with 708 reintegrated into communities in Mora, Mayo, Sawa, and far north region of Cameroon on 18 December 2024. Targeted military operations neutralizing secessionist self-styled generals, the return of over 688 internal displaced persons out of 1,036,765 is an encouraging sign of recovery and peace building. Nonetheless, the Cameroon Human Rights Commission remains gravely concerned by escalating gender-based violence, particularly femicide. 2 cases have shocked public conscience: the murder of a lady, Diane Yango, by her husband on 18 November in Dawda. A 5-year suspended sentence handed down on 1st April 2025 sparked national outrage. The alleged murder of a university lecturer, Blanche Laure Folefac, by her husband on 13 May 2024, the court proceedings are ongoing. Such crimes are unacceptable, and the Human Rights Commission calls for firmer judicial responses and stronger protection for women and girls. In terms of activities, the Human Rights Commission of Cameroon strengthened public awareness through 6 statements on key human rights days. It also organized major commemorative events on the International Human Rights Day, 10th December 2024, distributing 500 copies of the UDHRI in 6 local languages to promote cultural inclusion. International Women's Day, 8th March 2024, focusing on gender-based violence. Furthermore, the Cameroon Human Rights Commission worked with stakeholders on 120 recommendations of the Universal Periodic Review received in 2024 and contributing to Cameroon's of the initial report of the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Regionally, the Human Rights Commission of Cameroon participated in the 11th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development in Kampala in April 2025, and the 45th Ordinary Session of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child in Maseru, April 2025. The Commission also submitted its stakeholder contribution for Cameroon's combined state report to this committee. In conclusion, the Cameroon Human Rights Commission recognizes the government's progress and encourages the acceleration of reforms to build a more inclusive society. The Human Rights Commission of Cameroon reaffirms its commitment to collaborate with the African Commission and all stakeholders in promoting and protecting human rights across the continent. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, for your statement. I will take note of it, as I am the country rapporteur of Cameroon also. Please liaise with the Secretariat and leave us this paper. Je vais appeler Environnement, Ressources naturelles et Développement. 5 minutes.
5 minutes, Environnement, Environment, Natural Resources and Development. Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Chairperson of the Commission, distinguished representatives of the states, representatives of African and international organizations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols are duly observed. On behalf of the Pygmy indigenous people in DRC and those in South Kivu in particular, that we seize this opportunity to update the Commission on the critical situation that these people are undergoing during this period of armed conflict. The Batwa of the DRC have expressed their acknowledgement to the Commission for having rendered the decisions on the merits on Communication 588/15 during the 71st ordinary session held virtually from 21 to 30th May 2022. This historic ruling was rendered before the promulgation of the law of 2022 on the protection and protection of the right of individual people, the pygmies in DRC. This law has been bolstered with the decree of April 2025 as a measure accompaniment. This international instrument gives a legal framework which is of hope for the Batwa with a view to recovering their collective rights for the land. Please allow me, Honorable Chairperson, at the time when the Batwa are waiting for a response to their grievances, the repetition of armed conflicts in DRC is increasing their vulnerability, and also to date the communities have to move towards far away zones to ensure their security, and unfortunately they are surviving without any humanitarian assistance. In addition to massive displacement, the Batwas are victims of violence characterized by looting of their property, burning of their houses, and recruitment of their children. The war in DRC means that the Batwa are collateral victims of a conflict that threatens their existence. In that regard, the Batwa recommends to the Commission to urge the Congolese government, number one, to fast-track the policy of implementation of the ruling rendered by international institutions for the benefit of indigent people, just like the decision on Communication 588/15, to fast-track independent investigations on the violences committed by the armed forces and the rebel groups against the Batwa, facilitate access of the Batwa to humanitarian relief and initiatives of post-conflict initiatives, and also support the program of socio-economic reinsertion of the Batwa. I thank you for kind attention. Thank you for your statement. Kindly get in touch with Commissioner Marie-Louise Aboma and the Honorable Minister, Honorable Commissioner later with respect to the Batwa of DRC. So finally, I would like to call upon the National Council of Human Rights of Algeria, who must be online. Chair, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed. Thank you. The chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished ladies, members of the Commission, the state delegates, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of international organizations, regional NHRIs, and civil society, and all participants here present at the occasion of the 83rd session, ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I have the privilege to make this declaration on issues relating to human rights. Let me underscore that not long ago, since September 2024 to date, there have been important events with respect to human rights in Algeria. First and foremost, I would like to underscore presidential elections were held in a democratic environment without any incidents, and this is a novelty because it is not right, it is not easy, and this is a significant move for us. With respect now to some important events, such as with respect to the evolution of human rights, I would like to underscore that we work with the civil society. The civil society comes to us at the central level and the regional level in terms of delegations in the south, east, and west center of the country. So there is permanent cooperation between our human rights institutions, the intermediaries, and the civil society. And they participate in events, for example, on rural women. And we receive them. For example, we ask questions with respect to their funding, the new law is about to be enacted, and this would be in line with the new constitution to facilitate the creation of civil society organization. When it comes to activities, a lot of activities have been implemented with the civil society or activities of the NHRI, or activities have been conducted with other authorities on important issues. For example, the issue of the civil service, access of citizens to public services, and the social nature of the Algerian state nation. And this was in the declaration of 1st November, and this is included in the new constitutions of 2020. So it means that Algeria is a social state, but it's acknowledged at the world level because it is a state of cooperation open to the population. So we work a lot to assist in development of all countries, and we assist people when it comes to self-determination. Since our revolution, this has been continued. The issue of Western Sahara is still there, but efforts are continuing. But then we are also doing other efforts for the development of African people, because it is the development of the country that allow them access to human rights. Also, in addition to the activities that I have indicated, among the visits, there was a visit in the southern part of the country, and we invited delegates. We have had several meetings with civil society, and we raised issues of migrations, problems which have a particular character in line with the region. Also, we visited the western part of the country. But then these visits, how are they rolled out? We organize meetings with the civil society, local civil societies, who share with us all their challenges, all the problems that they have. Also, we talk about issues of access of women. Well, I will come back to the issue of women if I have time. I do hope I will have time to talk about the efforts that we have deployed in Algeria to enhance the rights of women. In each, when we also visited Wilaya, and we had programs at the local radio stations.
Africa. We have again the occasion to come back on it. Now we'll move to the activity reports of the member of the African Commission of Human and People's Rights. Before we take a tea break, we can take even one report. I see my colleagues online, the Vice President. I see also Commissioner Mwandenga online. Commissioner Derso will lead us for this item because I have to go for a meeting with some member states who are requesting to meet the African Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Very good morning, distinguished delegates, states parties, national human rights institutions and civil society organizations, distinguished colleagues from the Commission and the Secretariat, and interpreters. The next item, as the Chair introduced, is the presentation of the activity report of the members of the Commission. I think before the break, we can only take one of the reports. So I would request, therefore, according to the program, the chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa, Commissioner Mwandenga, to take the floor. Commissioner Mwandenga, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The chairperson of the Commission, the Vice Chairperson, and the commissioners, I hope I'm being heard.
Yes, please.
Your Excellency, may I simply say, distinguished delegates, I have the distinct honor and privilege to present to you my intercession activity report in my capacity as a member of the Commission and also chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. This report is submitted in accordance with Rules 25.3 and 64 of the Rules of Procedure 2020 of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Commission, and covers the activities undertaken during the intercession period between the 81st and 83rd ordinary session of the Commission. The report covers the activities I undertook as a member of the Commission, as a country rapporteur responsible for monitoring activities of the human rights situation in Ethiopia, Liberia, Malawi, Rwanda, and Uganda, and as a chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The report, distinguished delegates, is divided into 3 sections. The first section deals with introduction. The second section deals with, in part 2 thereof, activities undertaken in my capacity as a member of the Commission and country rapporteur for those countries I've mentioned. And part 3 of section 2 deals with my activities as chairperson of the Working Group of the Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. And then there is section 3, which also has 3 parts. The first is a situation analysis of ECOSOC's rights on the continent. Part 2 deals with opportunities seized by the Working Group on ECOSOC's. And lastly, but not the least, part 3 deals with conclusions and recommendations. Distinguished delegates, I now deal with section 2 and in particular part 1, which deals with the activities undertaken in my capacity as a member of the Commission and country rapporteur. A, activities as a member of the Commission. Strategic and annual work planning session for 2025 to 2031. From the 28th November to the 1st December 2024, as a member of the Commission, I participated in the Strategic and Annual Working Plan session for 2025 to 2031 of the Commission, which took place in Dakar, Senegal. The meeting was organized to strengthen the human, financial, and technical capacity resources of the Commission, enhance monitoring, follow-up, and tracking of compliance by states. The meeting further assessed the 2021-2025 strategic plan implementation successes, challenges, lessons learned, and proposed structure of the 2026-2031 strategic plan, and discussed the way forward on the input from the commissioners and members of the Secretariat on the way forward. 37th Extraordinary Session. From the 2nd to the 6th December 2024, I participated in the 37th Extraordinary Session of the Commission held in Dakar, Senegal. The session mainly considered communications, resolutions, reports, and other documents and matters arising from the Commission's 81st Ordinary Session. 82nd Ordinary Session. On the 19th February 2025 to the 9th March 2025, I participated in the 82nd Ordinary Session of the Commission held virtually. The session mainly considered communications, resolutions, reports, and other documents and matters arising from the Commission's 37th Extraordinary Session. Part B of Part 1 is on country monitoring. In accordance with the Commission's mandate under Article 45 of the African Charter, the Commission has an important role in the implementation, monitoring, and assessment in respect of the provisions therein. In this regard, members of the Commission have the responsibility to monitor the situation of human rights in countries and address concerns as appropriate. In doing so, state parties and other stakeholders are encouraged to cooperate and consult the country rapporteurs of the Commission in the design, planning, implementation, and review of human rights mandate in their country. In line with my mandate, I monitor the situation of human rights as a country rapporteur in the following countries, that is the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Republic of Liberia, the Republic of Malawi, the Republic of Rwanda, and the Republic of Uganda. During the intercession period, therefore, I paid particular attention to the human rights situation in these countries, and in doing so, I issued urgent letters of appeal and press release on human rights concerns which were brought to my attention. Letters of urgent appeal to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. On the 23rd January 2025, the Commission addressed a letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency Mr. Abiy Ahmed, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, regarding reports of alleged widespread human rights violations experienced by the Amhara people in Ethiopia, particularly in the Amhara and the Oromia regions. The reports indicate that the Amhara community has endured targeted massacres, ethnic cleansing, mass arbitrary arrests, and systematic economic discriminations for decades. The reports indicate that since April 2023, the Amhara people have also been subjected to genocidal war allegedly led by the current regime. According to the reports, these groups have killed tens of thousands of Amhara in Oromia and in Amhara regions in recent years and displaced millions. Furthermore, it is alleged that the armed groups are now waging a genocidal war against the Amhara people in the Amhara region and elsewhere in the country. The reports further indicate that there is an ongoing ethnic cleansing of Amhara people from Oromia region and Addis Ababa city, the destruction of homes and properties, and the non-stop indiscriminate bombing of Amhara citizens. In view of the concerns expressed in reaffirming the rights and freedoms enshrined in the African Charter, we condemned the alleged target massacre and ethnic cleansings of the Amhara people from Oromia region and Addis Ababa city, and urged the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to, 1, halt the atrocities against the Amhara people in the Amhara and Oromia regions, 2, immediately take steps to safeguard Amhara people from atrocities perpetrated against them by whomsoever, 3, conduct independent and impartial investigations into the ongoing widespread and ethnic-based human rights abuses, including mass arbitrary arrests and economic discrimination in the Amhara and Oromia regions, and bring the perpetrators to justice. 4, ensure protection of the displaced persons and further ensure humanitarian assistance to address the dire conditions in the Amhara region. 5, allow women, children, and their families to return to their residences, minimize the children's suffering in internally displaced persons camps, and allow them to go back to school. 6, take appropriate measures to compensate all victims whose homes have been demolished and lands have been taken, especially those who are lawful owners, and to ensure that those who destroyed the homes in Oromia region are brought to justice. 7, ensure that the affected members of the community are informed, consulted on any compensation and resettlement plans. And lastly, but not the least, 8, ensure protection, justice, and restoration of the rights of the Amhara people, regardless of political and ethnic consideration, in line with the African Charter and other regional and international human rights instruments that Ethiopia is a party to. The Commission is yet to receive a response from the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Joint letter of urgent appeal to the Federal Republic of Ethiopia on the 28th January 2025 as a country rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa, together with the Special Rapporteur on prisons, conditions of detention and policing in Africa, we sent a letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency Abiy Ahmed, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, regarding reports of the alleged unlawful detention and severe medical neglect of Christian Tadele, an Ethiopian member of parliament and advocate for Amhara rights. According to the reports, Mr. Tadele has been subjected to politically motivated imprisonment, severe mistreatment, and the denial of essential medical care. Following emergency surgery of neurosis of the bowel aggravated by the dire conditions at Kilinto prison, his health has deteriorated critically with severe bleeding and infections placing his life in great danger. The reports further indicate that this case is alleged to reflect a broader pattern of political repression in Ethiopia, where opposition figures and ethnic advocates reportedly face arbitrary detention and persecution. It was further alleged that Mr. Tadele's imprisonment exemplifies an increasing trend of authoritarianism in the country, targeting critics and dissenting voices. In view of the concerns expressed and in the light of Ethiopia's regional and international commitments, we urge the government of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia to, 1, take immediate action to release Mr. Tadele, 2, ensure he receives urgent medical care. 3, initiate an independent investigation into his detention and mistreatment and bring the perpetrators to justice. And lastly, but not the least, 4, comply with the letter and spirit of the African Charter, the Rwanda guidelines, as well as other regional and international human rights instruments ratified by Ethiopia. The Commission is yet to receive a response from the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Joint letter of urgent appeal to the Republic of Uganda. On the 24th March, as a country rapporteur on the human rights situation in the Republic of Uganda, together with the chairperson of the Commission and special rapporteur on human rights defenders, focal point on reprisals and judicial independence in Africa, we sent a joint letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, regarding reports of alleged violations of the independence and security of legal professionals, particularly the reported arbitrary arrest, detention, and sentencing of Advocate Aaron Kiza, the lawyer representing Dr. Kiza BCJ, a political opposition leader. The reports allege that on the 7th January 2025, Advocate Aaron Kiza was subjected to physical assault while representing his client before the court. Subsequently, was sentenced to a 9-month term for contempt of court by the General Court Martial in Kampala, Uganda, and immediately transferred to Katalai prison at about 34 kilometers from Kampala. It has been alleged that those actions were premeditated acts intended to provoke Advocate Kiza and provide grounds for punitive action against him. According to reports received, the sentence against Advocate Kiza was issued during a short trial, which lacked the minimum standards of a fair trial process, as the charges were not read to him and he was not accorded an opportunity to defend himself. Further reports received also indicate that the High Court Civil Division in Kampala dismissed an application for habeas corpus filed by Mr. Kiza on the 6th February 2025, seeking to regain his freedom. That was on the 3rd March 2025. In view of the concerns expressed and reaffirming the rights and freedoms enshrined in the African Charter, we respectively urge the Republic of Uganda within 30 days of receipt to 1, provide clarification regarding the above-mentioned reports, 2, secure immediate release of Advocate Aaron Kiza given the alleged arbitrary nature of his arrest, detention, and conviction. 3, ensure effective compliance with the provisions of Articles 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 of the African Charter, which concern in particular non-discrimination, equality before the law, prohibition of torture, freedom and security of the person, and the right to a fair trial. 4, take all necessary legislative and other measures to create an enabling environment for lawyers to perform their professional duties without intimidation, hindrance, harassment, or improper interference. 5, refrain from any actions that may constitute harassment, persecution, or judicial intimidation of human rights defenders, particularly legal practitioners. And lastly, but not the least, 6, implement adequate safeguards both in law and practice to guarantee the full independence and protection of legal professionals and human rights defenders from retaliation for their professional activities. The Commission is yet to receive a response from the government of the Republic of Uganda. I now go to part 2 of my report, which is on activities undertaken in my capacity as chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa. Promotion and protection of ECOSOC's rights in Africa through strategic engagements with partners during the intercession period of the Commission. Meeting of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights with partners from the 7th to the 8th December 2024 as the chairperson of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa. I participated.
Commissioner Mwandenga.
Yes, sir.
Just reminding you that 20 minutes is approaching.
Very well. I will mention the fact that I had that meeting with the partners. That was on the 7th to the 8th December. Then I also took part in evaluation and planning meeting of the working group, which took place on the 8th December. And that was held in Dakar, Senegal. Then in terms of the situation analysis, which is section 3 of my report, I wish to report that during the intercession period in my capacity as the chairperson of the working group, I monitored economic and cultural rights in state parties to the African Charter. In particular, we dealt with issues to do with the right to property, which is under Article 14, and also the right to deal with Article 15, which deals with the right to work, and we also dealt with the right to health under Article 16, as well as the right to education under Article 17. We also had occasion to deal with social protection and social security. Perhaps as a way of concluding, let me go to the recommendations, which, we also noted the fact that there were opportunities which we would have seized, but more importantly, I think, Chair, let me deal with the conclusions and the recommendations. To state parties is to take legislative and other measures for the full realization of economic, social and cultural rights in accordance with the African Charter. 2, sign, ratify and domesticate the protocol to the African Charter on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security. 3, develop social protection programs that ensure that every citizen has equal access to adequate, affordable and quality health care. 4, regulate activities of non-state actors, private actors that provide socio-economic related services. 5, create employment opportunities, investment, particularly in women and the youth. 6, ensure access to housing and shelter by including the most disadvantaged and vulnerable in society. 7, ensure access to education for all at every level of the education system. And there are quite a host of them. I think they will be provided for by the Secretariat. But lastly, under this item, authorize promotion missions by the Commission in line with Article 45. To the civil society organizations, there are 2 recommendations, which is 1, continue to collaborate and support advocacy efforts at the national, sub-regional and continental levels to implement economic, social and cultural rights, and 2, provide support to the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa to enable it effectively implement its mandate. And lastly, to all stakeholders, state parties, national human rights institutions, non-governmental organizations, and all partners in mobilizing efforts and resources towards projects that will translate into enjoyment of economic, social, and cultural rights in the African countries where they operate. And in conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to all the members and expert members of the working group in the execution of our mandate. I would also like to extend profound appreciation to all our partners for their continued support and call upon all those concerned for a continuous collaboration in promoting and protecting economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. Lastly, it is my fervent prayer that the distinguished delegates should have access to this document, which I've partially read, so that they can see the activities that the Working Group on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights dealt with during this intercession period. Chair, that will be my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner Mwandenga, for the presentation of the intercession activity report of the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. I will now call on those who registered to intervene in respect to this activity report. The first one is from member states, the Embassy of Sahrawi Arab Republic in Addis Ababa, Ambassador Malanini Mohammed, Deputy Permanent Representative to the African Union. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the Commission, esteemed Commissioners, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for giving the Sahrawi Republic the floor. We commend the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa for this unwavering commitment and insightful report. It is within the context of shared concern for the rights and well-being of African women that we bring to the forefront some of the significant strides made by the Sahrawi Republic in upholding and promoting the rights of Sahrawi women despite all challenges. The Sahrawi Republic's constitution gives a very high priority to women's rights, incorporating the African Union Charter, Universal Declaration, and international laws. These form the basis for achieving genuine equality and justice for women in Sahrawi society. Sahrawi women actively participate in politics, guided by Article 20's gender equality in our Constitution. Their representation is significant and growing. Some examples, 42.17% in Parliament, up from 35%, 24% in diplomacy, up from 21%, 35% in government. They hold also 60% of Wilaya regional leadership and 6.15% in the Consultative Council, which is the second chamber in Parliament. Women also constitute 42% in media, workforce, and over 90% in both education and health.
Ambassador Mohammed, I wonder if this intervention is for the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women.
Women, yes.
No, as I said, the activity report that was presented was on the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. So I suggest you put your intervention on hold. I see requests for the floor from states delegates of Uganda, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. So I will give the floor to Ambassador Rebecca of Uganda, and then we follow.
Your Excellency Chair, thank you for giving the delegation of Uganda this opportunity. We just picked the floor to confirm. First of all, to thank the rapporteur for the report he's given, but also to confirm that the letter of urgent appeal addressed to His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni was received. And I would like to say on behalf of our head of delegation that we are ready to respond, and we are going to do that before the closure of the session on the 14th. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for confirming receipt of the urgent letter of appeal and your indication that you will be providing response to the letter accordingly. Thank you very much. Eritrea, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for giving my delegation the floor again. Allow me to mention the progress achieved in Eritrea, specifically focusing on the report presented by Honorable Chairperson Mandenga on the right to health under Article 16. I will be brief. It is to be recalled, African Immunization Week was observed throughout Africa from 24 to 30 April 2025 under the theme Immunization for All is Humanly Possible. Accordingly, Eritrea observed this event on 30th April nationally. In this event, country resident coordinators of our international partners, such as UNICEF and WHO, were also in attendance. Mr. Chairperson, the government of the state of Eritrea has been achieving remarkable progress in the immunization process of the population. Taking into consideration the global challenges developing countries are facing in getting access to immunization and medicinal equipment, Eritrea has managed to immunize majority of its people through astute planning and unremitting efforts. To mention some available data in this regard, one, so far 14 types of vaccinations have been introduced in the country in line with global guidelines and procedures. Second, there are 34 permanent and 25 temporary vaccine centers throughout the country. Third, in addition, 2 centers in the Orota National Referral Hospital provide vaccine services 6 times per week. Additionally, in the period from 2002 to 2022, 88 new vaccines were introduced in national level. Mr. Chairperson, Eritrea considers the provision of immunization and vaccines to its people as being of paramount importance. On the basis of this conviction, Eritrea carries out regular vaccine campaigns that cover the remotest areas of the country by using mobile medical teams. It is thanks to these efforts that the country has become one of the exemplary African countries in terms of vaccine provision to its people. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Eritrea. Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates of Member States, all protocols observed. I thank you for giving me the floor, and we take note of the report of the Chairperson of the Working Group on the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in Africa. Honorable Chairperson, Ethiopia puts in place several measures to promote, protect, and fulfill economic, social, and cultural rights, with the view to ensuring the right to development of individuals and enhancing the well-being of society by eradicating poverty. The Ethiopian government devised and implements price-worthy policies and legal instruments. This year, the second homegrown economic policy has entered into implementation. The homegrown economic policy reform yielded significant achievements in realizing the socio-economic rights of citizens. To give some notable figures to this august body, Ethiopia has achieved 8.1% economic growth in the budget year of 2023-2024. It has also significantly reduced the inflation rate from 27% in August 2023 to 17.2% in August 2024. The revenue generated from export trade increased by 4.8% in 2024 as compared to the previous budget year. In the same vein, the foreign direct investment flows increased by 13.8% as compared to the last budget year. Honorable Chairperson, remarkable achievements are also registered in enhancing the productivity of the agricultural, industrial, and service sectors. The productivity of the agriculture sector has increased by 6.9% in 2024 from the year of 2023. In this regard, it is a historical incident to achieve a noteworthy outcome in wheat production and export for the last 2 years by changing the pattern from a net importer to an exporter. In the year 2024 alone, 230 million quintals of wheat were produced. In the industrial sector as well, notable successes are recorded. The Ethiopian government took tangible reform measures that can help boost the productivity of the industrial sector. It launched the Made in Ethiopia initiative, and it resulted in enhancing the domestic market shares of Ethiopian industries from 30% in 2022 to 41% in 2025. Furthermore, following the implementation of the Made in Ethiopia initiative, 13,800 small and medium enterprises have started operation. In furtherance of small and medium enterprise, 325 large-scale enterprises have also started operation. Besides, the industrial sector has registered 9.2% growth as compared to the previous year. Consequently, Ethiopia has saved $3 billion through import substitution. Similarly, the service sector has shown 7.9% growth. Therefore, these figures precisely indicate that the Ethiopian government is in the right path to realize the sustainable development goals and fulfill the socio-economic rights of individuals. Honorable Chairperson, with the spirit and texts of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and other applicable international human rights treaties in Ethiopia in general and Article 17 of the Charter in particular, the Ethiopian government has been working enormously to realize the right to education of individuals. In this connection, the Ethiopian government has the overall goal of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and fulfilling the objectives of the National Development Plans through supplying a qualified, trained workforce with the necessary skills at all levels. To this effect, the Ethiopian government has taken significant policy, legal, and institutional reform measures. The education and training policy was revised in 2023 with the aim of providing quality education to all children and youth and producing a multilingual and competitive generation cognizant of global realities. Furthermore, the Ethiopian Education Development Roadmap is adopted with the goal, inter alia, to achieve universal access and full enrollment of children from preschool to middle school education. In Ethiopia, primary and middle education is free and compulsory, while secondary education is free. Recently, at the kindergarten level or preschool stage, 89.4% or 3.9 million children are enrolled. Similarly, 84.5% or 18.4 million children are enrolled on primary and secondary schools. To improve the educational quality, accessibility, and school facilities, the Ethiopian government launched Education for Generation movement, and it mobilized over $656 million. Consequently, it has recently built more than 6,815 schools. Moreover, to eliminate...
Can I ask you to wrap up?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
So that
finally,
you can also avail the document fully to the chairperson of the working group.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Finally, I would like to ask this august body to allow me to give the floor to my colleagues to address concerns raised by the chairperson of the Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights on his country mandate holder position of Ethiopia. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The government of Ethiopia notes with regret the use of biased and one-sided allegations in the report before us regarding the current situation in the country. We strongly object to the assertion made in the report, which seeks to associate a legitimately elected government with unlawful actions based solely on unsubstantiated claims. The use of terms such as ethnic cleansing, massacre, and genocidal war to describe the situation is not only inaccurate, but also highly irresponsible. The Ethiopian government cannot accept such biased accusations, which risks promoting divisive narratives.
Sorry, if you can read a little bit slower for interpretation purposes.
Okay. The Ethiopian government cannot accept such biased accusations, which risk promoting divisive narratives and undermining the unity and sovereignty identity of the Ethiopian people. It's deeply concerning that an increasingly number of accusations, often based on unreliable sources and propaganda materials, are being used as reference in the work of special mechanisms. We believe that recommendations based on preconceived notions and fabricated allegations will not achieve their intended objectives and may instead hinder constructive and cooperative engagement purpose with countries concerned. Therefore, we urge the country rapporteur to reconsider and remove these terms from the report in question. Nonetheless, the Ethiopian delegation remains committed to dialogue and would like to take this opportunity to provide updates on specific issues mentioned in the country rapporteur's report on Ethiopia. Honorable Chairperson, the government of Ethiopia remains firmly committed to the promotion and protection of human rights, ensuring justice, accountability, and the restoration of individual rights without distinction based on political affiliation or ethnic background. This commitment is in accordance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as well as other regional and international human rights instruments to which Ethiopia is a signatory. As previously stated on multiple occasions, the government of Ethiopia has consistently explained that activities of armed groups have created significant security challenges, particularly in the Oromia and Amhara regions. In response, the government remains committed to maintaining law and order while also expressing its willingness to resolve difference.
I have to request the delegation of Ethiopia to kindly wrap up because now it's going to be more than 10 minutes. Please.
Am I allowed to finish now?
Please, if you kindly quickly wrap up. Huh?
Okay. To this end, the government has facilitated broad-based consultations with various stakeholders, including community leaders and regional authorities, aimed at addressing political difference and fostering national reconciliation through peaceful means. Furthermore, as mentioned in the report, violation of international humanitarian law are subject to investigation and prosecution under the military justice system, ensuring the perpetrators are held accountable for their actions. In this regard, the government of Ethiopia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to full compliance with international humanitarian law. We assert that any misconduct during law enforcement operations will be thoroughly investigated and appropriate legal measures will be taken. The government has acted promptly to provide life-saving assistance to internally displaced persons, ensuring access to emergency support and laying the groundwork for long-term solution. However, while the government demonstrated full commitment for the implementation of durable solutions, there are evident shortcomings in the implementation. This is mainly due to the actions taken by political groups, including armed actors, obstructing the return and integration of IDPs for hostile political agendas. Honorable Chairperson, with regards to compensation and resettlement issues, to ensure the right to adequate housing and several measures are being implemented. The low-cost housing program has continued in Addis Ababa, a number of cities and regional capitals. Payments of compensation and resettlements to land holdings have strictly been regulated with the 2024 amendment of the governing law. In conclusion, while we underscore the importance of engaging in constructive dialogue with member states, my delegation reaffirms the government's commitment to undertake important legislative and institutional reforms aimed at fulfilling its obligation under international and regional human rights frameworks to protect and uphold the rights of all Ethiopians without discrimination of any kind. I thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Ethiopia. I now give the floor to national human rights institutions. May I start with the National Human Rights Council of Senegal, Fatou Thiam. Fatou Thiam. Okay, I don't see any indication. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission.
Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Commissioner. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission has identified positive developments and challenges in the implementation of economic and social rights in Ethiopia based on its monitoring and investigation during the intercession period. To begin with some positive development, the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights which was launched in 2024, has progressed and a national baseline assessment has been conducted. Several urban development projects in Addis Ababa and other cities were implemented. 2 laws have been adopted to implement the right to education and the right to health. Honorable Commissioner, there are also challenges in the implementation of economic and social rights. Droughts and security problems in some places affected the enjoyment of economic and social rights. As a result, over 7 million students are unable to attend schools, and malnutrition is prevalent. In the implementation of urban projects, consultation were not adequate. Outbreaks of cholera, malaria, and measles affected enjoyment of the right to health. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission wishes to make the following recommendation. The government should, 1, ensure that development projects is carried out after consultation, 2, address the problem of out-of-school students, and 3, prevent outbreaks of diseases and minimize impacts of cholera, malaria, and measles in affected areas. I thank you for your attention, Commissioner.
Thank you for your input. I now move to statements of non-governmental organization intervening on the activity report of the chairperson of the working group on ECOSOC rights. The first is Africa Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies. I don't see the Africa Center. Do we have somebody from the Center for Reproductive Rights? Center for Reproductive Rights? No. Amnesty International? Dr. Jafet Bago, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Commissioners, Amnesty International is deeply concerned by the widespread and escalating pattern of forced evictions linked to Ethiopia's Corridor Development Project, or the CDP. While marketed as an urban transformation initiative aimed at improving infrastructure, housing, and public spaces, the CDP has instead precipitated large-scale human rights violations affecting the poorest and the most vulnerable. Our recent research documents the forced eviction of at least 872 people in November 2024 from the Bole and Lemikura sub-cities in Addis Ababa alone. These include 254 people evicted from homes they owned, many with children and older persons, and at least 618 tenants. In these cases, no compensation was provided, and evictions were often preceded by just 3 days oral notice in flagrant violation of due process. The scale of displacement is unprecedented. Amnesty International satellite imagery analysis confirmed that 29 hectares of densely built-up land were cleared during this period, suggesting the actual number of people affected could run into the thousands. The second phase of the CDP, which doubled the geographic scope of the first, is now underway and is reportedly being rolled out across 58 cities. Victims of forced eviction have not only lost their homes, but also their livelihoods. Many had sublet rooms to support their families. Their rental income is now gone. Others have been forced to relocate to the outskirts of the city, where they face high rents, food insecurity, and significant mental health strain, particularly among children. Beyond the material losses, these evictions have fractured social cohesion, breaking traditional support systems such as IDIR and religious welfare networks. In a country where these systems serve as a critical buffer against poverty, their destruction has intensified community vulnerability. Amnesty International recalls that forced evictions are prohibited under international human rights law, including Article 11 of the ICRC and Article 10 of the Kampala Convention, both of which Ethiopia has ratified. The government's failure to ensure adequate consultation, notice, and resettlement violates not only the right to adequate housing, but also the rights to health, education, livelihood, and dignity. We therefore urge the Commission to 1. Issue an urgent appeal to the Ethiopian government to immediately halt all ongoing and planned forced evictions and to suspend the CDP pending a thorough human rights impact assessment. 2. Urge the government to provide adequate alternative housing and fair compensation to all those forcibly evicted. 3. Engage with Ethiopia on compliance with Resolution 231 of the 2011 Guidelines on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, particularly in the context of the upcoming review of its State Party report. And finally, call upon the government to cooperate with international human rights mechanisms, including by accepting the pending country visit request of the UN Special Rapporteur on Adequate Housing. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you for that intervention, Amnesty International. This brings to an end the interventions from states parties, national human rights institutions, and civil society organizations. I now give the floor to Commissioner Mwandenga for his concluding remarks. Commissioner Mwandenga, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, I want to thank all the distinguished delegates who have intervened, and those are the issues that we really want to hear. I'm particularly thrilled on behalf of the Commission to hear that we are going to receive the response from the Republic of Uganda. That is a very positive move. We, on behalf of the Commission, I also take note of the positive developments which we have been told from Eritrea, Ethiopia, and those are highly commendable. They deserve to be commended. However, I also note the positions which the government of Ethiopia has stated regarding the 2 letters of urgent appeal that I alluded to in my report. I take note of what they said, but I think what should be borne in mind is that the letters I'm talking about were letters which were written in January 2025. And to date, according to what I've reported, we have not yet received any response. If we had received the response, even on the lines which the representative of the Ethiopian government has stated, we would have included those issues into our report. But nonetheless, we still urge the Ethiopian government to respond to those particular letters so that we have a complete picture of what is really happening. Overall, again, I wish to thank all the interveners for the interventions that they have made, and to the extent possible, I would request that they give those interventions to the Secretariat so that we can include them in our report. Thank you very much. Chair, I hand back the floor to you.
Thank you again, Commissioner Mwandenga, for the report. This brings the end of the first part of our deliberation for this morning. It is now time for coffee break. I think we have 30 minutes, so we come back 10 past 12. Thank you very much again.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nestes locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos de, trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
I'm a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I chair the working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights violations in Africa in the Commission. This is one of the mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is tasked with the responsibility of monitoring the human rights situation and environmental issues that arise in the extractive industries sector. As you all know, the extractive industry sectors historically, but also broadly speaking in Africa, has very substantial consequences on the lives, livelihoods, land, territories, as well as the environment of the African continent. While the extractive industry sector has enormous potential for contribution to the socio-economic development and thereby the improvement of the living standard of people of the continent, more often than not, this potential of the extractive industry sector has not been felt in the lived experiences of most people on the continent. Contrary to this, the natural resource of the continent and the operation of the extractive industries has brought a great deal of suffering, a great deal of human rights violations, and also environmental degradations on many parts of the continent. In the context of the current rush for critical minerals and also what are called transition minerals, in the context of the green energy transition, there is another scramble for these rare minerals on the African continent. And in this context, our working group asked the question whether once again, as in the past, the continent is going to face the resource curse arising from this rush for critical minerals. So our work as the working group is to promote the respect for and observance of the human rights standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, particularly as they relate to the exploitation and extraction of natural resources that the continent is enormously endowed with. Under Article 21 of the African Charter, specific obligations have been laid out. Actually, so much so that this is one of, if not the longest provisions of the Charter, highlighting the importance that is attached to and the historical significance of the natural resource exploitation of the African continent for the exclusive benefit of the people of the continent. With respect to the state of human rights on the African continent and broadly what we can do and should do, I think it's important to note that in terms of
normative development, having the right norms relating to human rights, in terms of institution building, having the various institutions for the monitoring and implementation of human rights standards. A lot of progress have been made, both through the normative development contribution of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and broadly by the African Union. Yet the gap between the promise of these various and progressive human rights norms and the lived realities of our people is ever increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency and we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the Commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gulf between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed, and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to use civil society organizations, use women and the enormous potentials and entrepreneurial skills of our people. I thank you very much.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nesses locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
Je suis Marie-Louise Beaumont. Je suis juge à la Cour suprême du Cameroun, je suis camerounaise et je suis commissaire à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples depuis 2020. Au sein de cette commission, je suis la présidente du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées et la présidente du groupe de travail sur les communications. S'agissant du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, j'ai le plaisir de vous annoncer que cette 81e session ordinaire est spéciale. Elle est spéciale parce que, au cours de cette session, nous avons eu l'honneur d'annoncer, de célébrer l'entrée en vigueur du protocole sur les droits des personnes handicapées et d'annoncer l'entrée en vigueur prochaine à la fin de cette session, soit le 6 novembre, du protocole sur les droits des personnes âgées. Ce qui fait que je suis un commissaire comblé.
Mon nom est Selma Sessi Safer, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeure de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élue membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire du Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine en juillet 2023 et j'ai pris mes fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des personnes déplacées en Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Hello, my name is Lloyd Kuvea, Assistant Director at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. We are here attending the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As the Center for Human Rights, we're an academic institution, but we're also an NGO. Most of the work that we are doing as an academic institution is training states on state reporting under the Maputo Protocol. And we want to continue to do that and also partner with the African Commission and particularly some of the special mechanisms, including the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, but also with some of the working groups like the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We are partnering in terms of contributing to some of the conferences and submitting research papers on economic, social, and cultural rights. This particular session on the right to education in Africa. And we are really excited about that. But we also, as the Center for Human Rights, did a few side events focusing on the shrinking civic space on the continent, the situation of Sudan, but also as the Center for Human Rights, as an academic institution, part of what we have been doing is a campaign on the ratification of key human rights instruments on the continent. That includes the Older Persons Protocol, the African Disability Protocol, the Social Protection Protocol, and the African Court Protocol. And for us, we really want states to ratify those instruments to protect the rights of vulnerable. Thank you.
My name is Michael Janyaku, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, here in Banjul, the Gambia. Today, I participated in a panel discussion on the implications of Article 59.1 with regards to confidentiality for the communications procedure of the Commission and how it impacts on litigants. I also, prior to that, delivered a statement on the human rights situation in Sudan in the context of a conflict that has displaced 9 million people, 7 million of them internally and about 2 million of them in neighboring countries. I think the session of the African Commission offers a space for reflection, for dialogue between civil society, individuals, the African Commission and other organs, and state parties on common African problems. It offers a platform for us to also dialogue about issues of procedure and processes that either impede our ability to access the mechanism, and for us to collaboratively think about how we can better ensure that the processes of the Commission itself are inclusive and accessible, but also that the Commission is able to perform its mandate of guiding member states in implementation of their obligations under the African Charter and other human rights instruments for which the Commission is a supervisory organ. And I encourage every civil society organization that has the capacity to participate in the sessions of the Commission, and for individuals and other stakeholders to take active part in these deliberations for the Africa we want. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nachman Zacharias. I'm the representative of Eritrea. I came from Asmara, from the head office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I came to the beautiful country Gambia and to the beautiful city of Banjul to attend the 81st ordinary session of the African Human and People's Rights. So we are here with our African brothers and sisters to talk about the prevailing conditions of human rights. We are discussing here about our countries and the different African countries' improvements in the human rights conditions. We are giving recommendations, and also we are hearing different cases of discussions in the panels. So it's a very productive meeting. It's a very productive conference. So I hope things will get in the right direction. Thank you so much.
My name is Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramatulai Salanjai. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I also handle the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. In addition to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm also the Country Rapporteur for Zimbabwe, Namibia, Somalia, Ghana, and Mauritania. With regard to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm responsible for monitoring the situation of women in the continent, and in particular to ensure the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol on the rights of women in Africa, in terms of ensuring that all member states become members of the protocol, and most importantly, to ensure the effective implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol, so that it becomes the reality of the women of the continent, that the women of the continent can claim their rights using the Maputo Protocol. The ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is very important, because this is the session that brings together the human rights community in the continent. All stakeholders are present: member states, national human rights institutions, the NGO community, all geared towards the promotion and the protection of the citizens of the continent. So this particular ordinary session is actually pivotal, because it is the 81st ordinary session, and it also mirrors the fact that the charter that actually established the Commission was adopted in 1981. So this is very significant. And as we reflect on the work we're doing today, we actually have to remember the aspirations that the framers of the charter had in 1981.
My name is Sean Tate, and I work for an organization called the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum. We've been working with the African Commission for the 10 years that the Luanda guidelines have been in existence, and assisted them in technical capacity to have them developed and adopted. The award today is in recognition of the efforts that not only we have been making, but others, in ensuring that we adopt a rights-based approach to arrest, police custody, and pretrial detention in Africa. With this award, we hope to inspire continued efforts in this environment. Thank you.
Today, as we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility.
D'abord, il y a au niveau de la Commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'une espèce de subdivision interne du travail avec des rapporteurs, avec des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme cela que la Commission africaine de l'homme et des peuples travaille. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Un rapporteur, il travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Un comité, c'est un groupe d'un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont liées aux droits de l'homme. Ensuite, vous avez les groupes de travail. Ce ne sont que des appellations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures, des microstructures formées à la fois d'un groupe de commissaires 3, de quelques experts extérieurs. Quand ils se mettent ensemble, ils forment un groupe de travail pour le profit de la commission, c'est-à-dire ils analysent des choses et font des propositions à la plénière des 11 commissaires pour qu'ils puissent adopter et donner des orientations et des conseils aux États qui attendent justement de la commission ces conseils-là. En matière de protection des droits de l'homme, le plus grand problème que nous connaissons, c'est le fait que nos décisions ne sont pas mises en œuvre. Et ce n'est pas une maladie qui paralyse uniquement la Commission. La Cour africaine a également ce même problème et tous les autres organes d'ailleurs de l'Union africaine. Il faudrait la promotion des droits de l'homme, c'est-à-dire leur prêcher les droits de l'homme tous les jours pour qu'ils puissent adhérer à la religion des droits de l'homme.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Ngoï-Lungu. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, AGA était pour moi une structure, une organisation lointaine. J'avoue que je ne savais pas grand-chose de quoi il s'agissait. Mais il a fallu que nous puissions en assumer la présidence, qui avait commencé par celui qui était l'ancien président de la commission, Solomon Ederso, dont j'ai hérité le mandat pour que je puisse bien comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. Au tout début, AGA m'a permis d'abord de m'approprier, une appropriation en tout cas des textes qui organisent cette importante plateforme, ce qui m'a permis de comprendre de quoi il s'agissait, quelle était la plus-value de ce mécanisme important, parce que c'est en fait une plateforme qui permet à toutes les organisations de l'Union africaine qui travaillent en matière de droits de l'homme, de démocratie et de bonne gouvernance de devoir interagir sur des sujets d'intérêt commun au sein de l'Union africaine. Il était tout à fait indiqué, en tout cas, que les organisations qui travaillent dans ces domaines puissent avoir une plateforme où elles discutent ensemble de ces questions, plutôt que de voir chacun d'entre elles, de ces organisations, rester dans son coin et continuer à travailler sur des matières qui gagneraient à être fédérés. Et depuis lors, je pense que nous avons fait un excellent mandat, une excellente présidence en tant que membre de la Commission africaine de droits de l'homme et des peuples, mais le temps est court. Il ne nous a pas permis de mettre en œuvre toutes les idées que nous avions proposées jusqu'à ce que nous avons cédé le bâton de commandement au Comité africain des experts sur le droit et le bien-être des enfants. Merci beaucoup.
My name is Commissioner Dr. Lita Musimi-Ogana. My capacity is dual. I am the commissioner responsible for the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, and also the commissioner in charge of the protection of rights of indigenous communities and minorities in Africa. This was an amazing forum. When we were conceiving the idea of having this joint forum, we thought of a space where, as a commission, we could have stakeholders every year come, join us to discuss some of the things and items that are not normally covered specifically in our mandates. We thought of issues that we may not be able otherwise to deal with during our normal work in the commission. And so it has been a huge success from the first day to the second day to the last day. Even now people are still in the room. Nobody has left. And we think that the topics have been very exciting. The views that have been shared are very innovative, and that we have been able to successfully bring together member states, civil society, national human rights commissions, and partners and stakeholders under one roof to discuss these key issues that we do not normally have time to reflect on every day. We want to say that next year you are welcome to our second forum, and we look forward to your participation, and we can assure you this is the forum. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abiola Idowojo, and I'm the Acting Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Indeed, they just concluded AGA SP support to AU organs with human rights mandates, recorded a lot of success, and on the part of the African Commission, ACHPR for short, there was a significant contribution to the development of normative instruments within the African human rights system. There was enhanced public awareness of the work that we do, increased visibility, and we were also able to have institutional capacity strengthening through the provision of technical assistance, technical experts who contributed to the core business of the work of the African Commission. On normative frameworks, as you know, one of the things that we do is to increasingly interpret the provisions of the African Charter and to develop knowledge products, knowledge tools that help member states to better implement the human rights obligations that they have under the African Charter. Two key knowledge products that emerged from this support would include the alert and reporting mechanism for torture victims and the guidelines for the protection of persons from enforced disappearances in Africa. These tools provide clear directives to state parties on implementing AU shared value treaties. On increased visibility and through numerous activities such as regional conferences and validation meetings, the ACHPR significantly raised its profile and enhanced citizens' access to its services. Notable events include the conference that we had on the impact of COVID-19 on HIV responses in Africa, and the development of the use of force training module for police and prison officers in Africa. And lastly, on capacity building, the ACHPR, through this support, recruited 6 staff members to strengthen its operational capacity and contribute to its core businesses. This included senior litigation officers, a senior monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning officer for the first time in the history of the African Commission, and a finance officer that was also committed to overseeing the financial aspect of this support project. These were all core capacities that were contributed to the daily and ongoing businesses of the African Commission, enhancing its capacity to better protect and promote human and people's rights on the continent. We're grateful for the support. I thank you. Hello, I am Abiola Idobuojo, Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The road to #ACHPR83OS is in full swing, and it is my pleasure to invite all stakeholders to join us for the 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, taking place in person here in Banjul, the Gambia, the seat of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This important session brings together key stakeholders on the continent and beyond. Of course, this would include member states, national human rights institutions, non-governmental organizations, and diverse actors that are committed to the promotion and protection of human and people's rights on the continent. On the agenda of the 83rd Ordinary Session, we would have the consideration of the situation of human rights on the African continent, the consideration of state reports that are submitted by states that are parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the discussions related to the relationship between the African Commission and national human rights institutions, as well as NGOs, and the grant of affiliate and observer status respectively to these bodies, the activity report of our commissioners on the activities that they have conducted between the last session, where we met in October, November, and this session which we will be having. And of course, I'd like to say that we will be having the 2nd edition of our Joint Special Mechanisms Forum, which was inaugurated last year in Dakar, Senegal. We will be happy to have you contribute to the conversation that we'll be having as we explore the relationship between human rights and people-centered sustainable development on the African continent. This session offers a vital platform for all stakeholders to make their statements, member states, national human rights institutions, intergovernmental organizations, international organizations, NGOs, on the situation of human and people's rights on the continent and on the various thematic issues on which they work, so that you can meaningfully contribute to the human rights discourse on the continent. We highly encourage you to register for this session. Your voice matters, and your contribution is vital to contributing to the human rights discourse on the African continent. We look forward to welcoming you in Banjul, the Smiling Coast, of course, because human rights remain our collective responsibility. See you there.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nestes locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
I'm Solomon Ayele-Derso. I'm a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I chair the working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights violations in Africa in the Commission. This is one of the mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is tasked with the responsibility of monitoring the human rights situation and environmental issues that arise in the extractive industries sector. As you all know, the extractive industry sectors historically, but also broadly speaking in Africa, has very substantial consequences on the lives, livelihoods, land, territories, as well as the environment of the African continent. While the extractive industry sector has enormous potential for contribution to the socio-economic development and thereby the improvement of the living standard of people of the continent, more often than not, this potential of the extractive industry sector has not been felt in the lived experiences of most people on the continent. Contrary to this, the natural resources of the continent and the operation of the extractive industries has brought a great deal of suffering, a great deal of human rights violations, and also environmental degradations on many parts of the continent. In the context of the current rush for critical minerals and also what are called transition minerals, in the context of the green energy transition, there is another scramble for these rare minerals on the African continent. And in this context, our working group asked the question whether once again, as in the past, the continent is going to face the resource curse arising from this rush for critical minerals. So our work as the working group is to promote the respect for and observance of the human rights standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, particularly as they relate to the exploitation and extraction of natural resources that the continent is enormously endowed with. Under Article 21 of the African Charter, specific obligations have been laid out. Actually, so much so that this is one of, if not the longest provisions of the Charter, highlighting the importance that is attached to and the historical significance of the natural resource exploitation of the African continent for the exclusive benefit of the people of the continent. With respect to the state of human rights on the African continent and broadly what we can do and should do, I think it's important to note that in terms of normative development, having the right norms relating to human rights, in terms of institution building, having the various institutions for the monitoring and implementation of human rights standards, a lot of progress have been made, both through the normative development contribution of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and broadly by the African Union. Yet the gap between the promise of these various and progressive human rights norms and the lived realities of our people is ever increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency and we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the Commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gulf between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. we have to use civil society organizations, use women and the enormous potentials and entrepreneurial skills of our people. I thank you very much.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nestes locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
We would now resume after this coffee break. This is in the interest of time because we are really behind schedule and we would like to present our excuses. Can you please allow us to start our meeting? Kindly speak in low voices because we can hear you. Well, we cannot stop people from talking, but rather we just request you to speak in whispers to enable us work. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the representatives of state parties, of national human rights institutions, NHRIs, and of the civil society organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now move on to the item relating to the panel on the African Union Consensus on ending violence against women and the launching of the newsletter. I will be the one moderating this panel on behalf of the Vice Chairperson, Honorable Commissioner Ramotulai Salanjai, who is participating virtually and who could not be with us for this portion of the session, and she would join us in due course. You know that the African Union recently adopted the African Union Convention on the elimination of violence against women and girls. This is an important convention that the heads of states and government have adopted, and at the same time they urge the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to take the leadership role on measures relating to the implementation of this convention. So for the first time, some of you would be appraised with this convention. The African woman, the African mother, as well as the young African girl have already been protected by the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And they now have a specific additional convention which protects them. This is what we call the Maputo Protocol. Henceforth, in addition to the Maputo Protocol, to fight against violence perpetrated against women and girls, the African Union obviously has adopted this convention thanks to the important work that has been deployed by women of Africa, women leaders in Africa. They are so numerous that we will not be able to cite all of them. But let us just name the special envoy of peace and security, also special envoys responsible for women's affairs of the African Union, Mrs. Pineka, and there is also the former President of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Mrs. Surata Maiga, and also among the leaders we have the current rapporteur on the rights of women, Honorable Commissioner Ramotulai Salanjai, the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission. I would like, on behalf of the Commission, express our gratitude to all these women for their invaluable efforts. Henceforth, the Vice President has been charged with rolling out advocacy vis-à-vis the states for the signature of this convention. For those countries that have already signed it, Djibouti, the first country that has signed this convention, the remaining countries are requested to deploy efforts for its ratification and its implementation or application. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will be very strict as a timekeeper because we are behind time. So in that regard, I will call upon Honorable Commissioner Ramotulai Salanjai to make a to pronounce the welcome remarks of 5 minutes, and she will, in so doing, underscore the importance of this convention. From the Ministry of Legal Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs of the Zimbabwe, Madam, you are kindly requested to come to the rostrum. You are welcome, Madam. I would also like to call Mrs. Hannah Foster. Kindly join us at the high table so that we can continue. So, to gain time,
On people's rights, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, commissioners, excellencies, distinguished panelists, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to warmly welcome you all to this critical and timely panel discussion on the margins of our session, 83rd session. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our distinguished panelists for accepting our invitation and for their commitment to advancing the rights of women and girls to live free from violence. Mr. Chairperson, I also extend my heartfelt thanks to all participants and stakeholders present today. I'm confident that the outcome of this discussion will inspire concrete actions and contribute to your respective efforts in advocating for the ratification of the convention at the center of today's panel. Each panelist, Mr. Chairperson, on this inaugural discussion brings invaluable insight to the advocacy for the ratification and swift entry into force of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Some will reflect on the historic momentum behind the Maputo Protocol's ratification and how we can draw lessons from that journey. Others were instrumental from the earliest stages of the conceptualization and shaping of the convention itself, and they're here today to share that journey and the trajectory. We're also privileged to hear from a representative of the Office of Legal Counsel, who will provide critical guidance on the current status of the convention and the legal steps required from member states and stakeholders to bring it into full effect. The chairperson, distinguished delegate, we're gathered here today at a very historic juncture in the continental journey towards realizing the full rights and dignity of women and girls in Africa. In February 2025, during the 28th ordinary session of the Assembly of the Heads of States and Government, the African Union, in its wisdom, adopted the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, a groundbreaking and progressive legal instrument. This convention builds upon the existing normative framework, most notably the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Maputo Protocol, as you've rightly indicated, Chairperson, and signals a renewed and collective resolve by AU member states to decisively address one of the most pervasive human rights violations on the continent. In addition to the Maputo Protocol, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and the broader framework of international human rights instruments, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and of course the Beijing Declaration on Power for Action
all reinforce the legal and moral obligation of states to take meaningful action. However, despite the existence of these comprehensive legal and policy frameworks at both the regional and global levels, violence against women and girls remains persistent and widespread across the continent. A significant gap in the regional human rights system has been the absence, until the adoption of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, of a legal instrument specifically and exclusively dedicated to addressing all forms of violence against women. I must underscore that the Maputo Protocol offers robust protection against all forms of violence against women, whether occurring in the public or the private sphere. However, the newly adopted AU Convention builds upon and complements this provision by explicitly elaborating on state responsibility. It addresses critical gaps by responding to emerging and evolving forms of violence, particularly digital and technology-facilitated violence, which are increasingly prevalent in today's context. This convention reinforces existing legal frameworks and strengthens accountability mechanisms, ensuring that the protection of women and girls remains responsive, relevant, and comprehensive in the face of new challenges. While the Maputo Protocol sets broad obligations to protect women from violence, it does not always provide detailed guidance on the concrete measures and actions states must take to prevent, investigate, and respond to violations. This has resulted in fragmented responses, limited enforcement, and continued impunity. As a result, violence against women and girls continues to obstruct the realization of gender equality and erodes social cohesion across the continent. Thus, the African Commission had continued to play a crucial role in bridging this gap by issuing guidelines and general comments that clarify and elaborate on state responsibility under the Maputo Protocol. However, establishing a comprehensive and dedicated legally binding regional instrument must not be overlooked, as it reflects a shared continental commitment to address long-standing protection gaps and to respond to more effectively to the lived realities and experience and urgent needs of women and girls throughout the continent. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, and ladies and gentlemen, it is worth mentioning that the long-standing aspiration to adopt a legal instrument violence against women has now been realized with the adoption of the convention. In advancing strong advocacy for its ratification, with the ultimate objective of securing speedy into force and ultimately universal ratification and full implementation across all member states. I must, at this juncture, commend the Republic of Djibouti for its commitment to lead the way for the ratification of the convention and for setting a very commendable example for others to follow. I now urge all representatives of member states present here today to actively advocate for the ratification of the instrument within your respective countries. The same call extends to national human rights institutions, women's movements and platforms, civil society organizations, and non-governmental actors whose continuing engagement and advocacy remain critical to ensure that the convention becomes a transformative tool for protecting and promoting the rights of women and girls throughout the continent. At this juncture, I'm also pleased to inform that the third edition of the Secretariat on the Rights of Women officially launched digitally during this panel. This edition is particularly timely as it focuses on the multifaceted issue of violence against women and girls, with contributions which address both offline and online manifestations of violence. The articles in the newsletter provide valuable insights into key challenges, emerging trends, and innovative responses across the continent. Notably, one of the featured articles contributed by the Women, Gender, and Youth Rights of the African Union Commission offers an analysis of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, emphasizing its critical role, dedicated legal instrument to tackle this urgent human rights issue. Furthermore, the newsletter serves as a significant platform for partners of the mechanism to share their perspective on the status of women's rights. I would like to conclude by emphasizing that this offers a critical platform to deepen our understanding of the convention, to galvanize collective action, implementation. We must seize this moment not only to celebrate and celebrate the milestones with the adoption, but to reaffirm our individual and collective institutional ending all forms of violence against women and girls. I once again encourage all member states, national human rights organizations, civil society organizations, development partners, women movement and platforms, regional actors to ensure that the commitment enshrined in the convention are meaningfully realized in the lives of African women and girls. I will also end by making a clarion call for the ratification as swift entry into force of the convention, with the fervent hope that it secures the required number of ratification before the next public session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And at that session, we'll be celebrating its entry into force. With these few remarks, as the chairperson, I yield, and I am happy to listen to the other panelists to make their clarion call, to share their perspective on the trajectory of this very important and pivotal instrument. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Vice-Présidente, pour cette allocution de bienvenue.
Those welcome remarks. I will now call upon Madame Victoria Maroka, Directorate of Women, Gender and Youth Affairs of the African Union Commission, for her presentations. 7 minutes, Madame Victoria Maluka.
Rights, commissioners, all protocols observed. I would like to apologize in advance. I'm connecting from the G20 meeting in Sun City. I hope you can hear me, that the noise is not too much. Excellencies, I bring greetings from Madam Binta Diop, who has also been the leader in fact, she is the leader, as the chairperson has already mentioned, on developing this convention. But I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Deputy Chairperson, who is also the Special Rapporteur, for all the support that we received during the drafting of the convention. And she has already laid a strong foundation on the convention. So I will really just go straight into the document itself, which we hope will be circulated in a few weeks' time. And the Office of the Special, or rather the Office of the Legal Counsel, is here on this call to provide the details on when the document will be circulated. Excellencies, this is really a historic document, in the sense that this is the first convention of its kind for the continent. The chairperson has already indicated that it supports, it complements the Maputo Protocol. It was also led by the women of the continent, but also all the citizens of the continent. And as we know, recently during the summit of the AU, it builds on existing instruments like Maputo Protocol, as the Deputy Chair has also mentioned, and it really provides a wide range of protection for women and girls in the continent, specifically against the violence against women and girls. It is based on pillars of prevention, protection, prosecution, and policy implementation. And some of the principles include, among others, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms of women. It prioritizes victim-centered approaches, and it really looks at multi-stakeholder and bottom-up approaches. And it provides for positive masculinity as well, and equality of opportunities and equal application of the law for men, women, girls, and boys. In terms of objectives, the convention, among others, prescribes an enabling environment for ending all forms of violence against women and girls. It establishes a very strong coordination mechanism and strengthens what is already there in terms of bringing together government, civil society, partners, and all of that to provide services for victims and survivors of violence against women and girls. It also provides preventive measures to end violence against women and girls by ensuring that there's full participation of men, of boys, of girls, and women, and families, the community, cultural and religious institutions, basically everybody. And really it provides for comprehensive support services for victims and their families, which is something that is very unique also to this convention. Honorable Chairperson and Commissioners and dear colleagues, the The convention itself also provides for definitions, and I'll just mention a few. It provides definition of femicide, positive masculinity, women and girls human rights defenders, and of course this was one of those highly contested issues during the convention negotiations, and of course, definition of cyberspace as well. I'll speak briefly on state obligations. We have state obligations on ending violence against women and girls, where the convention requires member states to enact and enforce laws that fight against violence against women and girls in the public space, in the cyberspace, and to also undertake surveys to support evidence-based laws and plans and policies on ending violence against women and girls. On the state obligations on multiple and interconnected factors which exacerbate violence against women and girls, the convention recognizes multiple vulnerabilities such as disability, health-related shocks, displacement, widowhood, old age, armed conflict, and so on. And we also have state obligations to end violence against women and against women in the world of work. And this is where it provides for protection of women and requires women to have access to a safe and an enabling work environment. The convention also has state obligations to protect girls in the world of work. And this was again one of the highly contested provisions during the negotiations, where, at the end, member states agreed that we need to have a provision which protect girls from harmful labor practices and eliminate factors that compel girls to undertake harmful work. In terms of prevention and protection measures, among others, and really I'm summarizing Honorable Chair and the commissioners and colleagues. So in terms of prevention and protection measures, the convention very significantly ensures that some of the African cultural and traditional or religious beliefs cannot be used to justify abuse, and it promotes aspects of African culture and norms that encourages patterns of conduct that do not perpetuate violence against women and girls. And it also promotes gender responsive reporting procedures, and also, requires of state parties to enact laws and policies relating to all forms of violence against women and girls. In terms of prosecution and accountability, it requires fair and non-discriminatory evidentiary rules and procedures. It emphasizes victim-centered, gender-sensitive, and trauma-informed approaches, and requires the protection of victims and witnesses' privacy and confidentiality, among others. For monitoring and implementation, the chair and the deputy chair have already laid a good foundation by already informing that the monitoring and implementation of the convention rests with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where for interpretation, yes, for
Madame Victoria, can you conclude, please?
Yes, I am concluding in just 1 minute, Honorable Chair. And of course, what I was also saying is that where applicable, the African Court may also be approached if there are any disputes of any kind. But in terms of next steps, we are looking forward for the support of all the member states, as the Deputy Chair has already mentioned, for the ratification, so that this convention can come into force. We need 15 ratifications. And of course, the African Commission will be playing a big role in this, together with the African Commission on the African Commission that is the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, as well as the Office of the Special Envoy, and all the partners in this will be working together, the African Women Leaders Network and so on.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency.
Yes, thank you very much. We commend you for your participation to this panel. Toutes les grandes idées ont déjà été notées. On vous remercie. Je vais appeler Tendere Gondwe, Bureau du conseiller juridique, qui va également intervenir pour 7 minutes en virtuel. Zelalem, can you allow Tendere Gondwe to make a statement? 7 minutes, 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. All protocols observed. I would like to give a brief overview of the ratification signature processes, their implications, as well as the collaboration, the effective collaboration for the effective ratification of and speedy entry into force of the convention. When the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the AU adopted the Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls in February this year, the Convention joined a family of 11 other AU treaties within the AU Human Rights Legal Framework, bringing to a total of 12 human rights treaties. Out of the 12, 6 have not yet entered into force, owing to insufficient number of instruments. All of them need 15 member states to ratify before they can enter into force. On average, it takes about 5 years for the entry into force, so it can be less or more. Others have entered into force within 3 years. If you look at, for example, the Maputo Protocol, I think it entered into force within 2 years, and others can take as long as 17 years. If you look at the Maputo, the protocol that measures the African Courts of Human Rights and the African Court of Justice. So all human rights that were adopted from 2016 also have not yet entered into force, buttressing the need for rigorous sensitization campaigns and engagement with all stakeholders. So commencing the process for signature ratification. So when individual states analyze the convention, the individual states will do an analysis of the convention to understand its scope, its objectives, including the reporting obligations, as has been neatly summarized by my colleague Victoria. And when they agree with the contents, they commence the signature ratification processes. Article 16 of the Convention, Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, provides that the Convention is open to all member states of the African Union for signature, ratification, or accession in accordance with their constitutional or legislative procedures, and that the instrument of ratification or accession should be deposited with the chairperson of the African Union Commission. Excellencies, let me unpack those terms because sometimes there's confusion as to what they really entail and the respective processes. For signature, this is basically a member state coming to the African Union Commission to sign in the original treaty that was adopted. So, or the member state can invite the Office of the Legal Counsel to send an officer to their respective member states for them to sign in the original treaty. So this is basically a member state saying they agree with the contents of the treaty, but that they need time to set their houses in order, to enact the necessary legislation, and any other enabling mechanisms for the implementation of the treaty. They are also committing that they will refrain from acts which would defeat the purpose and object of the treaty. So a head of state can sign, minister responsible for foreign affairs can sign. If it is any other official, they need an instrument of full powers, basically delegating to them the authority to sign the treaties. So we do not count signature towards the number that we need, the threshold for the entry into force of a treaty. So for ratification, it's basically now that's where a member state is expressing its consent to be bound by the treaty, and we need prior signature before a member state can deposit the instrument to the Office of the Legal Counsel, which performs depository functions on behalf of the chairperson of the African Union Commission. So the instrument of ratification, sometimes there's confusion because member states would have finalized processes at the national level, signed the instrument, before it is submitted, they will start making announcements that when people check with the Office of the Legal Counsel, we will say we have not received that instrument, and until we receive the original instrument of ratification, we do not register that instrument of ratification. Accession is the same, it's just that the difference is that there's no prior signature that is required. So they are both, the legal effect of a ratification and accession is the same, except that accession does not need a prior signature. So at the national level, for civil law countries, the they need the approval of the legislative branch of government before they can ratify treaties. For common law countries, which are the majority in Africa, ratification is basically an act of the executive branch of government, and there's no need for parliamentary approval. So this is important to understand because the different stakeholders in their sensitization campaigns, they need to know who to engage. So therefore, it's very crucial to understand the respective constitutional and legislative procedures for respective member states. I will quickly move to the issue of the impact of ratification at the national level. So for civil law countries, whereby you have already gotten the prior approval of the legislative arm of government, once a ratification or a ratification or an accession has been effected, the convention will become part of the laws and it can be implemented, it can be enforced, it can be, people can go to court and claim for the rights in the convention. But for common law countries where you did not get the actual approval of the parliament, which are, when you were ratifying, you would need the parliament to actually translate the national convention into national legislation for citizens to claim those rights in the courts or in any other avenues. So also there's also need to understand that legal framework between monist and jurist legal systems. So after that, then we go to implementation, guided by the convention, of course, the provisions of the convention. Member states will have to implement, supported by all stakeholders. Monitoring of implementation, I think my colleague touched on it, that the Banjul Commission has been given that authority in terms of Article 14 of the convention.
Can you conclude? Please conclude.
1 minute, Chairperson. So the Banjul Commission will monitor the implementation of the convention, and the member states are supposed to write in their periodic reports to include a section on the measures that they have undertaken at the national level to eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls. Let me quickly talk about reservations, which I think are very important in that sometimes member states are not in agreement with particular sections of the convention, particular articles. So instead of not ratifying, they can enter a reservation to say we will not implement Articles 1 or 2 or 3 for these reasons. So that is another middle ground or a compromise to encourage member states to ratify with reservations. Of course, it's not encouraged, but it's the middle ground, like I already said, and member states can already remove the reservations at any time. Just to conclude, to say ratification involves a lot of stakeholders, and there's need for coordination and collaboration with the national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, the media, as well as the government institutions to make sure that everybody is aware of the convention, as well as everybody plays their role in the ratification of the protocol. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madame Temdere Gondwe. Je vais passer la parole maintenant. Merci beaucoup pour votre participation. Je vais passer la parole à Madame Vimba Nyemba.
The floor to Madame Nyemba Nyimba, Minister of Justice, Legal Affairs and Parliamentary Issues.
And privileged to participate in this well-thought-out panel discussion on the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. I will particularly speak on member states' commitment, challenges and opportunities. Indeed, the adoption of the convention marks a historic milestone in Africa. It shows the seriousness with which Africa takes the issue of girls and women. This is a comprehensive, legally binding instrument. It prohibits acts of violence and deep-seated patriarchal norms that perpetuate discrimination in our societies across the continent. The convention builds upon and strengthens the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and other regional international human rights instruments such as the Maputo Protocol. Let me go to policy and legislative frameworks. We should acknowledge the several member states' that have implemented various strategies in their drive to combat violence against women and girls, Zimbabwe has made significant strides in addressing violence against women and girls through various policy and legislative reviews as measures to protect and empower them. On the policy front, Zimbabwe has adopted and is implementing various policy frameworks as follows: sexual harassment policy to combat sexual harassment in all its forms in the public service. Of course, in private service, we've got the corporate governance code, which speaks to issues of sexual harassment. So the private sector was quite way ahead. Protocol on the multi-sectoral management of sexual abuse and violence to promote a coordinated and integrated approach to addressing sexual violence and abuse by state actors. And we also have national strategy on preventing and addressing gender-based violence, which provides a roadmap towards preventing and responding to GBV through sub-national structures. On the legislative front, Zimbabwe has, among other laws, enacted the following: Domestic Violence Act that criminalizes gender-based violence, Criminal Law Codification and Reform Amendment Act incorporating provisions on protection of children and young people that puts the age of sexual consent at par with the age of majority, which stands at 18 years as outlined in the Zimbabwe Constitution. We also have done a number of programs which are inspired by the foregoing policy and legislative frameworks. Transformative programs are being implemented, and these are: traditional leaders have developed commitment charters to address GBV and harmful practices within their communities. Men and boys are also being mainstreamed into programming of interventions towards ending violence against women and girls, primarily through the He for She and Gender Champions. This will be strengthened through a male engagement strategy, which Zimbabwe is finalizing. One-stop centers that offer multiple support services for survivors at a single point of contact, and mobile one-stop centers to bring the services closer to hard-to-reach areas. We also have safe shelters that offer temporary shelter for survivors of GBV with necessary skills and skills training and capacitation. We also have got toll-free and hotline numbers which are put in place as a means of quickly reporting violence and perpetrators of violence by women and girls. We collaborate with non-state actors. We have realized that government cannot do it alone. The Zimbabwe government continues to work closely with civil society organizations, community leaders, and development partners to ensure the effective implementation of the various efforts to end violence against women and girls. All that being said, we also have got challenges. Member states in ending violence against women and girls usually face a myriad of challenges. Cultural practices and deeply entrenched gender stereotypes still pose as significant barriers. We also have lack of resources due to competing interests weighing down on fiscal spaces. There are opportunities as well. There are robust policy and legislative frameworks which are key in bringing tangible results and desired goals. It is an opportunity available to government in its, if political will exists. We should improve access to justice through expanding support service for survivors. We can take advantage of the education system. We should invest in education and economic empowerment programs aimed at addressing the root causes of violence and promote gender equality. We should also take advantage of available scope for regional and international cooperation through sharing of standards and good practices with civil society, development partners, and other non-state actors. I'm talking of commitment now. To have meaningful impact, the convention should be signed, ratified, and domesticated. Member states can further support and drive implementation through development of transparent monitoring and evaluation framework for accountability, allocating sustainable funding for intervention measures, community engagement and behavior change initiatives, regional and international cooperation. In conclusion, I thus call upon member states to commit to becoming contracting states of the convention to ensure its implementation transforms the lives of women and girls for the better. Zimbabwe remains committed to the African Union human rights system and looks forward to the full implementation of the convention. I thank you.
Now the floor will be to Madam Hannah Foster. Madam Hannah, you have the floor, please, for 7 minutes. You are most welcome.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for giving me the floor. My task this afternoon is to share some of the acts that civil society would be bringing to this campaign. And I just want to say that the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies is the human rights cluster lead for GMAC and also the regional cluster lead for SOA. So we do work with SOA and also part of GMAC. And we've been involved in the consultation in developing this particular convention. So we are pleased to be part of this panel and to share some of the strategies that we have been developing to ensure that there is ratification and subsequent effective implementation of the convention. Some of the strategies include extensive outreach efforts. Many times we find out that it's only some of the organizations that have access to the AU conversant with the document and its provisions. So we would want to start offering activists and their organizations tools to raise awareness and gain justice for human rights abuses to women and children and girls. We also would want to see more incorporation of gender perspectives in the work of the African Union, and therefore we will also have to collaborate with national human rights institutions as well as other civil society organizations. And in empowering institutions and individuals to effectively promote and protect gender justice using the convention and other relevant human rights instruments, we will have to ensure that we reach out to the different stakeholders and ensure that all the citizens of Africa do have equal chance to use the convention in their work. Joining other groups to advocate for the ratification is a must, and we have to ensure that our civil society organizations will be in a position to do just that. I want to also say that the global awareness, we have to promote the global awareness of the convention and the sharing of best practices and the generation of research to enhance our advocacy. Many times, yes, we do advocate, but it's a bit challenging because then there is no coordination. We would want to urge the vice chairperson, who is also the mandate mechanism in charge, to set up a coordinating mechanism so where we can share best practices and generate our research to enhance regional advocacy as well as national advocacy. We need to also engage men and boys and to encourage them to be role models. I know that we have the He for She campaign, which is going very well, but we need to enhance it. There is also the need to promote alliance building with different institutions and the Office of the Special Rapporteur. This is crucial and will continue to complement the efforts already being made by civil society. We know that there are also other strategies which include targeting and encouraging states to accelerate the ratification, domestication, and implementation, and to do so without delay. We need to learn more about the convention and to share with colleagues and friends. What more do we have to do? We have to develop tools to facilitate the transfer of knowledge and skills and enhance attitudinal change for the empowerment of women and gender equality, and to ensure that perpetrators of violence do face the full force of the law. We need to also encourage states to incorporate in their state reports to the African Commission, as required under Article 62 of the African Charter, the status of implementation of the convention within their respective reports to the African Commission. We want to also, at the national level, look at how to simplify and translate the language of the convention, and also to accelerate legislative reforms to enhance policies and programs that promote gender equality, and also to ensure that violence against women is seen as a crime punished at the national level. The national organizations at the national level are also urged to use drama and audiovisual to encourage and facilitate inclusion of less privileged and less lettered society, so that they also are able to know more about this, this convention and to be engaged in ensuring its implementation at the national level. We need to also continue to sensitize as institutions and partners, to sensitize and train, especially those who, that is the defenders themselves, promote and advance human rights of women and girls. The need to also encourage states to comply in their obligations and to enhance the enforcement mechanisms of the African human rights system. And finally, I would like to say that we need to also litigate and bring cases to national courts and the African Court, if needs be. That way we ensure that the development of jurisprudence and the reconfirmation of the core body of principles in the convention. I will stop there, but let me conclude to say that this is the convention really brings into play a whole lot of issues that we found a bit, there's a high potential of women and girls can enjoy their right to live free of violence, but we need to work collectively and to ensure participation and engagement of all stakeholders. Finally, it is crucial to use a holistic approach, a well-coordinated and inclusive approach of all partners to achieve success. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Foster, for your intervention. I would now give the floor to Dr. Helen Kize Nuoha of GMAC. Dr. Helen, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you can be as crisp and short as possible, please.
Okay, I suppose I have 10 minutes. Allow me to stand on existing protocols to be able to present. Thank you so much, Commissioner Janet, for the opportunity and for inviting the GMAC to share the history and their involvement in the convention. I will start by stating that the convention was under the leadership of the former AU chairperson, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, alongside Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, under the leadership of Her Excellency Madame Benita Diop, the AU's Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, who has been the lead champion on this convention. This convention has been championed by several AU heads of state. I recall the role of the president of DRC and that of Africa through many meetings that they have hosted. The convention itself started from the commitment to end violence against women, where the African Union launched a conference on positive masculinity in 2021. And subsequently, other positive masculinity conferences in 2022 and 2023, which mobilized male leaders to drive action that led to the drafting of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. The convention itself developed through broad consultation with women leaders, youth, traditional and religious leaders, including private sector and civil society and the academia. So many meetings were held, but I will just highlight what some of the processes were and the role of the GMAC. The decision to negotiate the convention was in February 2023. In February 2024, during the heads of state meeting, there was a reaffirmation of commitment to conclude the negotiations, and the heads of state called for this convention to be adopted in 2025. In September 2024, the draft was presented to the Bureau of Specialized Technical Committees, including that on gender. Between October and November 2024, there were independent expert negotiations with these technical committees to be able to review the draft and for its adoption. The convention was adopted in November 2024 by the 9th Specialized Technical Committee. And in December, it was considered by the Specialized Technical Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs now the country has even skipped my mind, I'm sorry. In Tanzania, I remember. And then in January, the draft convention was considered by the Permanent Representatives Committee, January 2025. And between January 2025 and February, the consideration and adoption of EU policy organs took place. And finally, in February, during the heads of state meeting, the convention was adopted. Through this whole entire process, civil society was involved. As the Gender is My Agenda campaign, we started the conversation engaging in the different positive masculinity meetings where we were adequately represented. The GMAC network supported the development of the concept note on the definition of positive masculinity from an African perspective. And we held several meetings with the consultant that gave birth to the concept note that provided definition for what positive masculinity meant in terms of eliminating violence against women. Subsequently, during the 2024 GMAC pre-summit and the midterm review meeting in Accra in 2024, we had various conversations with civil society organizations, more than 500 in each case, to discuss the convention and make input into what civil society organizations expect. We also, in September 2024, held an online meeting, taking into account the fact that we needed to engage with a wider network of civil society to review the draft convention and give input in terms of the expectations of African women in the convention. And with the support of the AU Political Affairs, Peace and Security, in October 2024, we had a physical meeting where experts, civil society organizations gathered to look at the draft, and we made our recommendations to the Gender Directorate. As the civil society arm of the AU Gender Directorate in terms of mainstreaming gender within the African Union, the GMAC network is committed to continue to provide support in terms of the next steps for the convention. And my colleague, Anna, who is a member of the steering committee, and she said, has provided a detailed strategy in terms of what should be expected with regards to civil society involvement in raising awareness about the convention. We take up that role as civil society in terms of advocating for its adoption, but also in terms monitoring and evaluation. Our commitment as the GMAC network is that we continue to provide a platform where all these activities could take place in terms of what is expected of civil society organizations. We commit ourselves to work with the Special Rapporteur, who has also been our good ally, to ensure that we continue to monitor, report, and advocate for the implementation of the convention, and also to provide research, like she said, when it is needed in terms of pushing for evidence-based this convention. I'm sure that next year, GMAC network will be on ground in the Gambia to be able to present physically. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is now time for question and answer. The importance of this convention, I'm sure, couldn't be underestimated in the light of the prevalence of the scourge of violence against women and girls, not just in conflict situations, but in normal, even peaceful environments. So much so that sometimes one can't help wondering if there is any space that is really safe enough for women and girls. Of course, the existence of normative advancements like this one on and of itself is not adequate and sufficient. What gives life to these kinds of normative advancements is the role that members of society play in their various areas of responsibilities, and indeed the role of advocates, the role of civil society organizations, the media, elders, religious leaders. All of these need to be enlisted for advancing and creating conditions for women to live a life free from violence and insecurity. There are people who have registered for intervening on this. I would like to acknowledge, since there have been quite a lot of credit attribution for the contribution that various actors played for the development of this convention. I remember in 2020, when South Africa was the chair of the African Union, President Cyril Ramaphosa identifying this other priority area that South Africa would champion. And I thought that it is worthy of recognizing the role that chairs of the Union during their chairship play in advancing human and people's rights, and this is a very good example of that. I now give the floor to the Embassy of Uganda, Her Excellency Ambassador Rebecca. You have the floor, please. I received a registration that indicates that you requested to intervene during this session, Ambassador. If not, it's okay.
I think you pass. Thank you.
Okay, good. Algerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Okay. I don't think that's the National Human Rights Council of...
It's very important for us to support the adoption of this convention. This convention is consistent with Goal 17 of Agenda 2063, which envisions an Africa that is free of all forms of violence and discrimination against women and girls. My question is just on the committee and the commission, Chair. Leading up to the adoption of the convention, there was concerns around the creation of the committee, where there were views that in terms of, instead of the committee, the commission could handle some of these issues. I just wanted to ask the panelists to clarify for us, the distinct but also complementary roles of these two entities so that we are clear in terms of moving forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
That's a very good question in a time of rationalization and reform of the institutions of the AU, creating new institutions. The request that we have from civil society organizations, I'm not sure if the representative of Center for Reproductive Rights is here. Earlier on I called, I didn't get. Okay, Consortium of Ethiopian Human Rights Organization. Masood, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Moderator. Thank you for the opportunity. We welcome this opportunity to reflect on the state of human rights situation in Ethiopia and to contribute to this important panel on the rights of women in the context of Ethiopia. As I have been discussing this, Ethiopia has been undergoing significant political and legal transformations in recent years. And we acknowledge the positive developments, including efforts to reform laws that had previously restricted civic engagement, such as the adoption of MAPRO protocol that advances the rights of women. We also commend Ethiopia for its ratification of the MAPRO protocol in 2018 and the progress made so far in advancing gender equality. However, some of the other additional achievements have been also the legislative reform, especially the revision of the family law, the criminal code, the visible increase in women's representation in public leadership, as it was also mentioned this morning by the government delegates, especially at the federal levels, which we need a lot of work at local and regional levels. The growing awareness around the harmful traditional practice also is increasing, but still the impacts are there, especially after the COVID and the war in many parts of the country. The conflicts, this has been gone back and a lot of HTPs are happening. However, the implementation remains uneven and requires a stronger coordination and resourcing. Gender-based violence, including domestic violence, early marriage, sexual violence in conflict-affected areas continue to pose serious threats to the safety, dignity, and well-being of women and girls in Ethiopia. Additionally, women's economic and social rights, particularly in rural and conflict-affected areas, require targeted policy attention. Access to services, land rights, financial resources remain limited for many women, further exacerbated by displacement and insecurity. Honorable Chairperson, we call on the government of Ethiopia to finalize the rollout a comprehensive national action plan on the MAPTO protocol, expand legal and psychosocial support services for survivors of GBV, especially in rural and displacement settings, promote the economic empowerment of women through inclusive and gender-responsive development planning, and continue to empower women to take meaningful participation in the political processes, including the upcoming 2026 national election, inclusive national dialogue, and transitional justice processes. Your Honorable, we believe that lasting peace, democracy, and development requires an inclusive approach that protects the rights of all, especially women, displaced communities, and civic actors. We also urge the African Commission to continue engagement with the Ethiopian government and civil society in the spirit of partnership and shared responsibility, and we reiterate our commitment to regional cooperation and human rights advancement. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We do not have any other requests for the floor. Okay, I will allow the request from Amnesty International, and then we go back to members of the panel.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. As the panelists have clearly indicated, the importance and relevance of this convention, given the systemic violence against humans across the continent, the importance and relevance of the treaty cannot be overstated. However, civil society organizations, stakeholders, and actors are noting that it's now close to 3 months, exactly 11 weeks since the convention was adopted, but it has the final text as adopted by the AU Assembly is not yet available, not on the website of the African Union, and I think Director Victoria Maloka did say that it will be available in a few weeks' time. It will be good to get an understanding of what are the factors that has led to the delay of close to 3 months in publishing the convention. We are eager to advocate for its ratification and implementation, but we don't have the text yet. Thank you.
Question of transparency. All right, I now give the floor to members of the panel. Let me know, Vice Chair, if you'd like to start first or if you'd like to have the last word for this final round.
Honorable Commissioner, I'll prefer to have the last word because I'll also be doing the formal launching of the newsletter at the end. So I think I'll have the last word, the closing remarks, offering closing remarks. I will appeal that you allow the Office of Legal Counsel to shed some light because it's very important that they're able to shed some light on the process and the status of the convention as it is. Where is it right now? How come it's not on? I think this is very important. And also the question asked by Ethiopia about the commission. Sorry?
Vice Chair, are you engaging the questions that have been asked?
No, I'm responding to you.
Okay, so if you want to take the last word, I'll give you the floor at the end.
Yes, you said,
okay.
I'm just saying that you allow the Office of Legal Counsel to respond to 2 questions here.
Yes, I will do that. So the question that has been raised in respect to the mechanism that is proposed for the implementation of this convention, and the second relates to if the convention that has been reported is adopted, the understanding that it is not subject to any further revision or change, and therefore there is a copy of the convention that was already adopted, and why is it taking too long to publish. So I now give the floor to the representative of the Legal Counsel of the African Union, please.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and I'd like to appreciate the member states for their questions. I think there are 2 questions that have been directed to the Office of the Legal Counsel. The first one was the relationship between the committee, that was the original proposal in the draft convention, and the current commission, the mandate of the commission to interpret or as well as to monitor implementation of the treaty. I think that was the first question. They wanted to understand the complementarity.
So I think it's good if you speak to the convention as adopted, not the draft convention. The convention as adopted, what does it provide?
Thank you, Chairperson. There was a reason why I had alluded to the draft convention, because the committee was in the draft convention. So I wanted to clarify the transition from the committee to the commission.
So if the adopted convention doesn't have that committee, I think we are okay with it. So does the adopted convention provide for a committee or not? If it doesn't, I think we are good. We don't need to go back to the historical part, honestly. The member states have adopted the convention as adopted, and therefore that is what we should be concerned with, and we are concerned with.
Thank you, Chairperson. In that case, maybe I did not really understand the question from the distinguished representative of South Africa. I think when they talked about the complementarity between the committee and the commission. Yeah. maybe if they could rephrase the question. Meanwhile, whilst I still have the floor, maybe I could then elaborate on the delay that has been observed in publishing of the convention. You recall, Excellencies, that AU decisions, they take effect 30 days after their publication. After authentication and after their publication. That's what the rules of procedure of the Assembly provide for. And therefore, when the decision adopting the convention was adopted by the Assembly in February this year, the decisions are yet to be published, and therefore that also explains why the convention has not been circulated, because in effect, the decisions have not yet taken force as they have not been authenticated and published in accordance with the rules of procedure. And meanwhile, we take that opportunity to align the different texts of the convention. As you recall, Excellencies, the convention is adopted in 6 authentic languages, the 6 official languages of the African Union. The texts are equally authentic. Therefore, we take the time to align the text. If you can see the last version of the convention that was circulated during the summit, it has areas that need just legal polishing. You find that they have the committee still in there. So we take the time in between the publishing of the decisions and the time between the adoption and publishing to clean the document, so that when we publish it, it's a clean document that doesn't have any errors in all the authentic languages.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I think we take it that the convention, as adopted, doesn't establish a new body for the monitoring of this convention. And what is delaying is basically aligning the different languages of the convention as presented during the summit. Of course, as part of also the authentication process of the decisions of the summit. That is very well noted. The other members of the panel, if you'd like to intervene and have the final, whatever that final thought that you may have, if you want to say that final thought, you are most welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My parting shots will be that it is good to have these conventions in black and white. It is also good to ratify them. But I think the best way then to succeed, to get breakthroughs and to make sure they are of any help in any country is to engage society. We really need to, I think, have the people involved. People must be involved in this. There must be dissemination of what these conventions are all about. After having going through all this, there must be training. People must be made aware. In our country, we have engaged the chiefs. There is a chiefs charter. And I think the chiefs are custodians of tradition. And because most of these cases that we have of GBV are tradition related. So once you engage the chiefs, they become the custodians of the conventions and the laws and the statutes. And they easily communicate with their subordinates. And people in our countries believe so much in chiefs because they are the custodian of tradition and everything. So I want to emphasize on the role of society, that society is very important for us to achieve our goals. I thank you.
Thank you. Hannah, please.
Thank you very much. I just want to add that the convention reinforces the provisions in the Maputo Protocol, in the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, as well as the Convention on Persons with Disability. And as such, it is very important that as we talk about implementing, as we discuss about the need to implement, it is important that we approach it holistically, to ensure that the girls and the women are able to enjoy their rights. But then, as we all know, most of our countries have ratified all or most of these conventions. But then implementation still remains a challenge. How do we ensure, or how do we request the Commission to push for implementation? Because yes, we have 45 African states that have ratified the Maputo Protocol, but how many of them are reporting according to the Maputo Protocol? I think these are things that, as we develop our advocacy strategy with the help of the mechanism, I think these are things that we need to put on the table and to see how we can deal with them. And finally, we know that at the level of the United Nations, there's a special rapporteur on violence against women and girls, its causes and consequences. And I would like to urge the Commission to collaborate according to the terms of the Addis Ababa roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. I now give the floor to Madam Victoria Maloka. Are you there, Madam Victoria?
Yes, I am here. Thank you very much.
Your final thoughts, please.
Yes, I had actually raised my hand to emphasize the point that the legal counsel was trying to make. I believe she was merely reiterating the question from South Africa, but just to emphasize that what South Africa was asking was really just in the proposal. It was not in the adopted version. So at the moment, the implementation of this convention rests with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. There is no additional committee, there is no additional mechanism that was established. It is really just important that we emphasize this to avoid a little bit, to avoid any confusion. The implementation rests with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making that crystal clear for all of us. And of course for the work and leadership that you have provided in this process as well. Dr. Helen, are you still with us? Your final thoughts, please.
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you, sir. So violence against is at crisis level in Africa. We have so many policies. The leadership of Africa, the state, have put in these different frameworks for us to be able to protect the rights of women and girls in Africa. I would like to request the Commission to please journey with countries to make sure that this convention and the protocol makes meaning in the lives of women and girls. The other appeal is for us to pay attention to related sexual violence. In conflict settings, what mechanisms do we put in place for accountability for the rape, for the different violence against women that happens? I think until we do that, the women of Africa and the girls of Africa will continue to suffer from violence against women. So I would want to see in the next 3-4 years that something changes as a result of this protocol. Thank you so much for your leadership. As a society, we are ready to in any way that. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you and all the members of GMAC for the work that you have been doing over the years. I now give the floor to the Vice Chairperson for her final thoughts.
Thank you very much, Commissioner and the Chair of this session. As we draw this panel, it's in fact a panel to a close. I think I want to take the opportunity, the Commissioner, to express my gratitude to all our esteemed panelists and all delegates for their invaluable contribution and the expertise that has been shown and the clarification that has been given. And to reiterate the fact that the adoption of the Convention marks a pivotal milestone in our shared pursuit of a continent where the rights and safety of all women and girls are fully protected. However, its promise can only be fulfilled through the prompt signature, ratification, and comprehensive implementation by all AU member states. I therefore make a call on each of us, representatives of government, civil society, and regional institutions to champion this cause and to galvanize networks to advocate boldly for its swift adoption. And I wish to reaffirm that the Office of the Special Rapporteur remains fully available to provide support or guidance in facilitating the Convention's signature, ratification, and implementation, since we've been given the responsibility to monitor its implementation, as has been aptly and rightly clarified by Victoria from the Gender Directorate, so that it becomes very clear. I think it's very important to make that clarification very clear, because that was a very, very widespread consultation, and throughout the time, a different mechanism was proposed. But as you've rightly observed, Chair, what is important is what has been adopted by the member states. And this is what we need to go focus on going forward. I also note the call for a coordinated mechanism for the championing of the ratification. I think the panelists that are present here today were chosen deliberately, not accidental. So these panelists will form the core group, the foundation, and the support group. And this can be expanded to include more member states, national human rights institutions, and stakeholders. And they're all welcome and to come on board, to commit to the advocacy for the ratification and speedy into force of the convention. I must also say that Hannah mentioned the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women. We have the EDVAL platform, and the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and myself were co-chairs of this platform. And the platform offers an opportunity for collaboration. In fact, the Special Rapporteur on Violence on Women is in the call, is actually present, and is one of the participants of this panel. So we want to use that platform also to reinforce support and advocacy, and also to share best practice, because other regional mechanisms also have the dedicated instrument on violence against women. And this platform also offers us the opportunity to exchange ideas going forward as to how to ensure, after entry into force, effective implementation and ratification. This is very important. Having said that, at this juncture, as we had indicated at the very beginning, part of this panel involved the launching of the digital version of the Special Rapporteurs on Rights of Women newsletter. It is my great pleasure to officially launch the digital edition. This edition focuses on the critical issue of violence against women and girls in both offline and online spaces. It brings together diverse contributions that reflect the ongoing effort across the continent. The newsletter is a platform to inform, inspire, and amplify advocacy on women's rights and empowerment in Africa. I warmly welcome all of you and invite to read and share the newsletter. It highlights recent initiatives of the mechanism by offering practical tools, strategies, and updates to support your work in promoting and protecting women's rights and the fight against gender violence. I think the IT should actually put on the screen the digital version of the newsletter so that at least participants will see it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much.
And I thank you, Chair, for faithfully moderating this, and by extension also the Chair of the Commission for doing us the honors, because it was deliberate. The Chair said that because I'm not there, he's moderating, but certainly the moderation is deliberate. It has to be very inclusive. Women's rights are at the heart of the African Commission, so even if I was there in person, and Chair would have moderated for you by extension yourself. Thank you very much. This is the newsletter. Thank you. And the cover of the newsletter, we have the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the newsletter. And you can see we have the chairperson, vice chairperson, former special rapporteurs, Mexo Maiga, Commissioner Aswago, and the Minister of Gender of the Gambia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Shall we? We thank you, Vice Chair, for the work that your mechanism does, and I think this responsibility is supposed to be beyond and above a professional responsibility. We are discussing about the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of human beings. And I think each one of us present here need to think and imagine about these things and feel the weight and pain of what it means to go through violence of various kinds for women and girls in Africa, online and offline, as the chair, the vice chair mentioned in her intervention. And therefore, the responsibility rests on all of us. Success in this area depends on the contribution that we each come to have. The most immediate responsibility is the ratification process. That is why it would be of interest for us at the African Commission to call on the member states present here. I see the delegation of Côte d'Ivoire, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Tunisia, Tanzania, South Africa, Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, I think Liberia, if I'm not mistaken. I appeal to you as participants of this session, if you take it upon yourself to advocate for the ratification of this convention by reporting back to the relevant authorities as you report back on your engagement in the course of this session. We really request that you be our ambassadors in taking this message back home and advocating for the ratification of this instrument. This brings us to the end of this morning's session and this panel. I would like to thank each and every one of you for your patience and indulgence as we finalize this morning's session. I wish you all a very blessed lunch break. We will be back in 1 hour. Thank you very much. Bon appétit indeed.
Service point launch for state delegates, Excellencies, distinguished state delegates, and the Secretariat of the ACHPR is on the ground floor, the banquet hall on the ground floor. For all the staff members servicing this session, it's in the glass room to your immediate left when you come out of the hall. And for honorable commissioners, Excellencies, ministers, and all VIPs, it will be in the VIP room, just as we've had it over the past, had lunch over the past few days. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
Let's go for lunch. We'll have our own. We'll make our own lunch. But you can't come on time. Because I don't understand
Je suis Marie-Louise Aboumou. Je suis juge à la Cour suprême du Cameroun. Je suis camerounaise et je suis commissaire à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples depuis 2020. Au sein de cette commission, je suis la présidente du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées et la présidente du groupe de travail sur les communications. S'agissant du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, j'ai le plaisir de vous annoncer que cette 81e session ordinaire est spéciale. Elle est spéciale parce que au cours de cette session, nous avons eu l'honneur d'annoncer, de célébrer l'entrée en vigueur du protocole sur les droits des personnes handicapées et d'annoncer l'entrée en vigueur prochaine à la fin de cette session, soit le 6 novembre, du protocole sur les droits des personnes âgées. Ce qui fait que je suis un commissaire comblé. Mon nom
nom est Selma Sessi Saffer, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeure de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élue membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire du Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine en juillet 2023 et j'ai pris mes fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des personnes déplacées en Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et du peuple dans 4 États africains qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Hello, my name is Lloyd Kuvea, Assistant Director at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. We are here attending the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As the Center for Human Rights, we're an academic institution, but we're also an NGO. Most of the work that we are doing as an academic institution is training states on state reporting under the Maputo Protocol. And we want to continue to do that and also partner with the African Commission and particularly some of the special mechanisms, including the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, but also with some of the working groups like the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We are partnering in terms of contributing to some of the conferences and submitting research papers on economic, social, and cultural rights. This particular session on the right to education in Africa, and we are really excited about that. But we also, as the Center for Human Rights, did a few side events focusing on the shrinking civic space on the continent, the situation of Sudan, but also as the Center for Human Rights, as an academic institution, part of what we have been doing is a campaign on the ratification of key human rights instruments on the continent. That includes the Older Persons Protocol, the African Disability Protocol, the Social Protection Protocol, and the African Court Protocol. And for us, we really want states to ratify those instruments to protect rights of family. Thank you.
My name is Michael Janyaku, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, here in Banjul, the Gambia. Today, I participated in a panel discussion on the implications of Article 59.1 with regards to confidentiality for the communications procedure of the Commission and how it impacts on litigants. I also, prior to that, delivered a statement on the human rights situation in Sudan in the context of the conflict that has displaced 9 million people, 7 million of them internally and about 2 million of them in neighboring countries. I think the session of the African Commission offers a space for reflection, for dialogue between civil society, individuals, the African Commission and other organs, and state parties on common African problems. It offers a platform for us to also dialogue about issues of procedure and processes that either impede our ability to access the mechanism, and for us to collaboratively think about how we can better ensure that the processes of the Commission itself are inclusive and accessible, but also that the Commission is able to perform its mandate of guiding member states in the implementation of their obligations under the African Charter and other human rights instruments for which the Commission is a supervisory organ. And I encourage every civil society organization that has the capacity to participate in the sessions of the Commission, and for individuals and other stakeholders to take active part in these deliberations for the Africa we want. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathaniel Zacharias. I'm the representative of Eritrea. I came from Asmara, from the head office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I came to the beautiful country Gambia and to the beautiful city of Banjul to attend the 81st ordinary session of the African Human and People's Rights. So we are here with our African brothers and sisters to talk about the prevailing conditions of human rights. We are discussing here about our countries and different African countries' improvements in the human rights conditions. We are giving recommendations, and also we are hearing different cases of discussions in the panels. So it's a very productive meeting. It's a very productive conference. So I hope things will get in the right direction. Thank you so much.
My name is Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramatulai Salanjai. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I also handle the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. In addition to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm also the Country Rapporteur for Zimbabwe, Namibia, Somalia, Ghana, and Mauritania. With regard to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm responsible for monitoring the situation of women in the continent, and in particular to ensure the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol on the rights of women in Africa, in terms of ensuring that all member states become members of the protocol, and most importantly, to ensure the effective implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol, so that it becomes the reality of the women of the continent, that the women of the continent can claim their rights using the Maputo Protocol. The ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is very important, because this is the session that brings together the human rights community in the continent. All stakeholders are present: member states, national human rights institutions, the NGO community, all geared towards the promotion and the protection of the citizens of the continent. So this particular ordinary session is actually pivotal, because it is the 81st ordinary session, and it also mirrors the fact that the charter that actually established the commission was adopted in 1981. So this is very significant. And as we reflect on the work we're doing today, we actually have to remember the aspirations that the framers of the charter had in 1981.
My name is Sean Tate, and I work for an organization called the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum. We've been working with the African Commission for the 10 years that the Luanda guidelines have been in existence, and assisted them in technical capacity to have them developed and adopted. The award today is in recognition of the efforts that not only we have been making, but others, in ensuring that we adopt a rights-based approach to arrest, police custody and pretrial detention in Africa. With this award, we hope to inspire continued efforts in this environment. Thank you.
Today, as we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve, and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility.
D'abord, il y a au niveau de la Commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'une espèce de subdivision interne du travail avec des rapporteurs, avec des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme cela que la Commission africaine de l'homme et des peuples travaille. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Un rapporteur, il travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Un comité, c'est un groupe d'un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont liées aux droits de l'homme. Ensuite, vous avez les groupes de travail. Ce ne sont que des appellations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures, des microstructures formées à la fois d'un groupe de commissaires 3, de quelques experts extérieurs. Quand ils se mettent ensemble, ils forment un groupe de travail pour le profit de la commission, c'est-à-dire ils analysent des choses et font des propositions à la plénière des 11 commissaires pour qu'ils puissent adopter et donner des orientations et des conseils aux États qui attendent justement de la commission ces conseils-là. En matière de protection des droits de l'homme, le plus grand problème que nous connaissons, c'est le fait que nos décisions ne sont pas mises en œuvre. Et ce n'est pas une maladie qui paralyse uniquement la Commission. La Cour africaine a également ce même problème et tous les autres organes d'ailleurs de l'Union africaine. Il faudrait la promotion des droits de l'homme, c'est-à-dire leur prêcher les droits de l'homme tous les jours pour qu'ils puissent adhérer à la religion des droits de l'homme.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dallen ci jama fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dallen ci jama fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Ngoy-Lumbu. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, AGA était pour moi une structure, une organisation lointaine. J'avoue que je ne savais pas grand-chose de quoi il s'agissait. Mais il a fallu que nous puissions en assumer la présidence, qui avait commencé par celui qui était l'ancien président de la commission, Solomon Aïlé-Berceau, dont j'ai hérité le mandat pour que je puisse bien comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. Au tout début, AGA m'a permis d'abord de m'approprier, une appropriation en tout cas des textes qui organisent cette importante plateforme, ce qui m'a permis de comprendre de quoi il s'agissait, quelle était la plus-value de ce mécanisme important, parce que c'est en fait une plateforme qui permet à toutes les organisations de l'Union africaine qui travaillent en matière de droits de l'homme, de démocratie et de bonne gouvernance de devoir interagir sur des sujets d'intérêt commun au sein de l'Union africaine. Il était tout à fait indiqué, en tout cas, que les organisations qui travaillent dans ces domaines puissent avoir une plateforme où elles discutent ensemble de ces questions, plutôt que de voir chacun d'entre elles, de ces organisations, rester dans son coin et continuer à travailler sur des matières qui gagneraient à être fédérées. Et depuis lors, je pense que nous avons fait un excellent mandat, une excellente présidence, en tant que membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, mais le temps est court. Il ne nous a pas permis de mettre en œuvre toutes les idées que nous avions proposées jusqu'à ce que nous avons cédé le bâton de commandement au Comité africain des experts sur le droit et le bien-être des enfants. Merci beaucoup.
My name is Commissioner Dr. Lita Musimi Ogana. My capacity is dual. I am the commissioner responsible for the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, and also the commissioner in charge of the protection of rights of indigenous communities and minorities in Africa. This was an amazing forum. When we were conceiving the idea of having this joint forum, we thought of a space where, as a commission, we could have stakeholders every year come, join us to discuss some of the things and items that are not normally covered specifically in our mandates. We thought of issues that we may not be able otherwise to deal with during our normal work in the commission. And so it has been a huge success from the first day to the second day to the last day. Even now people are still in the room. Nobody has left. And we think that the topics have been very exciting. The views that have been shared are very innovative, and that we have been able to successfully bring together member states, civil society, national human rights commissions, and partners and stakeholders under one roof to discuss these key issues that we do not normally have time to reflect on every day. We want to say that next year you are welcome to our second forum, and we look forward to your participation, and we can assure you this is the forum. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abiola Idowu-Ojo, and I'm the Acting Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Indeed, they just concluded ACHPR support to AU organs with human rights mandates, recorded a lot of success, and on the part of the African Commission, ACHPR for short, there was a significant contribution to the development of normative instruments within the African human rights system. There was enhanced public awareness of the work that we do, increased visibility, and we were also able to have institutional capacity strengthening through the provision of technical assistance, technical experts who contributed to the core business of the work of the African Commission. On normative frameworks, as you know, one of the things that we do is to increasingly interpret the provisions of the African Charter and to develop knowledge products, knowledge tools that help member states to better implement the human rights obligations that they have under the African Charter. Two key knowledge products that emerged from this support would include the alert and reporting mechanism for torture victims and the guidelines for the protection of persons from enforced disappearances in Africa. These tools provide clear directives to state parties on implementing AU shared value treaties. On increased visibility and through numerous activities such as regional conferences and validation meetings, the ACHPR significantly raised its profile and enhanced citizens' access to its services. Notable events include the conference that we had on the impact of COVID-19 on HIV responses in Africa, and the development of the use of force training module for police and prison officers in Africa. And lastly, on capacity building, the ACHPR, through this support, recruited 6 staff members to strengthen its operational capacity and contribute to its core businesses. This included senior litigation officers, a senior monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning officer for the first time in the history of the African Commission, and a finance officer that was also committed to overseeing the financial aspect of this support project. These were all core capacities that were contributed to the daily and ongoing businesses of the African Commission, enhancing its capacity to better protect and promote human and people's rights on the continent. We're grateful for the support. I thank you. Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The road to hashtag ACHPR 83OX is in full swing, and it is my pleasure to invite all stakeholders to join us for the 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, taking place in person here in Banjul, the Gambia, the seat of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This important session brings together key stakeholders on the continent and beyond. Of course, this would include member states, national human rights institutions, non-governmental organizations, and diverse actors that are committed to the promotion and protection of human and people's rights on the continent. On the agenda of the 83rd Ordinary Session, we would have the consideration of the situation of human rights on the African continent, the consideration of state reports that are submitted by states that are parties to the African Charter of Human and People's Rights, the discussions related to the relationship between the African Commission and national human rights institutions, as well as NGOs, and the grant of affiliate and observer status respectively to these bodies, the activity report of our commissioners on the activities that they have conducted between the last session, where we met in October, November, and this session which we would be having. And of course, I'd like to say that we would be having the second edition of our Joint Special Mechanisms Forum, which was inaugurated last year in Dakar, Senegal. We will be happy to have you contribute to the conversation that we'll be having as we explore the relationship between human rights and people-centered sustainable development on the African continent. This session offers a vital platform for all stakeholders to make their statements: member states, national human rights institutions, intergovernmental organizations, international organizations, NGOs, on the situation of human and people's rights on the continent and on the various thematic issues on which they work, so that you can meaningfully contribute to the human rights discourse on the continent. We highly encourage you to register for this session. Your voice matters, and your contribution is vital to contributing to the human rights discourse on the African continent. We look forward to welcoming you in Banjul, the Smiling Coast, of course, because human rights remain our collective responsibility. See you there.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque nas políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nesses locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos, que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante do respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
I'm Solomon Ayele-Derso. I'm a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I chair the working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights violations in Africa in the Commission. This is one of the mechanisms of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is tasked with the responsibility of monitoring the human rights situation and environmental issues that arise in the extractive industries sector. As you all know, the extractive industry sectors historically, but also broadly speaking in Africa, has very substantial consequences on the lives, livelihoods, land, territories, as well as the environment of the African continent. While the extractive industry sector has enormous potential for contribution to the socioeconomic development and thereby the improvement of the living standard of people of the continent, more often than not, this potential of the extractive industry sector has not been felt in the lived experiences of most people on the continent. Contrary to this, the natural resources of the continent and the operation of the extractive industries has brought a great deal of suffering, a great deal of human rights violations, and also environmental degradations on many parts of the continent. In the context of the current rush for critical minerals and also what are called transition minerals, in the context of the green energy transition, there is another scramble for these rare minerals on the African continent. And in this context, our working group asked the question whether once again, as in the past, the continent is going to face the resource curse arising from this rush for critical minerals. So our work as the working group is to promote the respect for and observance of the human rights standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, particularly as they relate to the exploitation and extraction of natural resources that the continent is enormously endowed with. Under Article 21 of the African Charter, specific obligations have been laid out. Actually, so much so that this is one of, if not the longest provisions of the Charter, highlighting the importance that is attached to and the historical significance of the natural resource exploitation of the African continent for the exclusive benefit of the people of the continent. With respect to the state of human rights on the African continent and broadly what we can do and should do, I think it's important to note that in terms of normative development, having the right norms relating to human rights, in terms of institution building, having the various institutions for the monitoring and implementation of human rights standards, a lot of progress have been made, both through the normative development contribution of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and broadly by the African Union. Yet the gap between the promise of these various and progressive human rights norms and the lived realities of our people is ever increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency and we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the Commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gulf between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to use civil society organizations, use women and the enormous potentials and entrepreneurial skills of our people. I thank you very much.
Bom dia, boa tarde ou boa noite. Meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Estou na comissão desde 2017 e sou responsável pelo mecanismo das prisões, das condições de detenção e da ação policial em África. Integro também o grupo de trabalho sobre a pena de morte, integro o Comitê de Prevenção de Tortura em África e integro também o grupo de trabalho das comunicações. O que eu devo dizer acerca do meu mecanismo? O mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África foi um dos primeiros a ser introduzido na Comissão Africana e temos trabalhado intensamente sobre questões de polícia, portanto, toda a ação policial, e também temos trabalhado intensamente sobre as prisões. Por quê? Porque das políticas africanas, tanto na Agenda 2063, como nas políticas da União, tanto da ONU, que é a Agenda 2030, pouco ou nada se diz acerca das prisões. Mas todos nós sabemos que são homens, mulheres e algumas crianças que se encontram nestes locais e precisam que os seus direitos humanos sejam protegidos. que seja respeitada a sua dignidade como pessoa humana. E sobre a polícia, precisamos de trabalhar no equilíbrio entre o respeito pelos direitos humanos e a manutenção da ordem e segurança públicas. Então, o meu mecanismo trabalha sobre estes dois aspectos cruciais na vida dos países que integram o continente africano. E apelamos a todos os que possam ajudar-nos a trabalhar para que as prisões sejam um local para correção e não para dupla punição, bem como trabalhar no sentido de que a nossa polícia possa efetivamente ser o garante do respeito pela dignidade das pessoas e o garante de respeito pela ordem e segurança públicas. Muito obrigada.
Je suis Marie-Louise Aboumou. Je suis juge à la Cour suprême du Cameroun, je suis camerounaise et je suis commissaire à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples depuis 2020. Au sein de cette commission, je suis la présidente du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées et la présidente du groupe de travail sur les communications. S'agissant du groupe de travail sur les droits des personnes âgées et des personnes handicapées, j'ai le plaisir de vous annoncer que cette 81e session ordinaire est spéciale. Elle est spéciale parce que au cours de cette session, nous avons eu l'honneur d'annoncer, de célébrer l'entrée en vigueur du protocole sur les droits des personnes handicapées et d'annoncer l'entrée en vigueur prochaine à la fin de cette session, soit le 6 novembre, du protocole sur les droits des personnes âgées. Ce qui fait que je suis un commissaire comblé.
Mon nom est Selma Sassi Sasser, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeure de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élue membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire du Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine en juillet 2023 et j'ai pris mes fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des personnes déplacées en Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Hello, my name is Lloyd Kuvea, Assistant Director at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. We are here attending the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As the Center for Human Rights, we're an academic institution, but we're also an NGO. Most of the work that we are doing as an academic institution is training states on state reporting under the Maputo Protocol. And we want to continue to do that and also partner with the African Commission and particularly some of the special mechanisms, including the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, but also with some of the working groups like the Working Group on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We are partnering in terms of contributing to some of the conferences and submitting research papers on economic, social, and cultural rights. This particular session on the right to education in Africa. And we are really excited about that. But we also, as the Center for Human Rights, did a few side events focusing on the shrinking civic space on the continent, the situation of Sudan, but also as the Center for Human Rights, as an academic institution, part of what we have been doing is a campaign on the ratification of key human rights instruments on the continent. That includes the Older Persons Protocol, the African Disability Protocol, the Social Protection Protocol, and the African Court Protocol. And for us, we really want states to ratify those instruments to protect rights of vulnerable. Thank you.
My name is Michael Janyaku, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute for Human Rights and Development in Africa, here in Banjul, the Gambia. Today, I participated in a panel discussion on the implications of Article 59.1 with regards to confidentiality for the communications procedure of the Commission and how it impacts on litigants. I also, prior to that, delivered a statement on the human rights situation in Sudan in the context of the conflict that has displaced 9 million people, 7 million of them internally and about 2 million of them in neighboring countries. I think the session of the African Commission offers a space for reflection, for dialogue between civil society, individuals, the African Commission and other organs, and state parties on common African problems. It offers a platform for us to also dialogue about issues of procedure and processes that either impede our ability to access the mechanism, and for us to collaboratively think about how we can better ensure that the processes of the Commission itself are inclusive and accessible, but also that the Commission is able to perform its mandate of guiding member states in implementation of their obligations under the African Charter and other human rights instruments for which the Commission is a supervisory organ. And I encourage every civil society organization that has the capacity to participate in the sessions of the Commission, and for individuals and other stakeholders to take active part in these deliberations for the Africa we want. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nafnael Zacharias. I'm the representative of Eritrea. I came from Asmara, from the head office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I came to the beautiful country Gambia and to the beautiful city of Banjul to attend the 81st ordinary session of the African Human and People's Rights. So we are here with our African brothers and sisters to talk about the prevailing conditions of human rights. We are discussing here about our countries and the different African countries' improvements in the human rights conditions. We are giving recommendations, and also we are hearing different cases of discussions in the panels. So it's a very productive meeting. It's a very productive conference. So I hope things will get in the right direction. Thank you so much.
My name is Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramatulai Salanjai. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and I also handle the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. In addition to the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm also the Country Rapporteur for Zimbabwe, Namibia, Somalia, Ghana, and Mauritania. With regard to my mandate as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, I'm responsible for monitoring the situation of women in the continent, and in particular to ensure the universal ratification of the Maputo Protocol on the rights of women in Africa, in terms of ensuring that all member states become members of the protocol, and most importantly, to ensure the effective implementation and domestication of the Maputo Protocol, so that it becomes the reality of the women of the continent, that the women of the continent can claim their rights using the Maputo Protocol. The ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights is very important, because this is the session that brings together the human rights community in the continent. All stakeholders are present: member states, national human rights institutions, the NGO community, all geared towards the promotion and the protection of the citizens of the continent. So this particular ordinary session is actually pivotal, because it is the 81st ordinary session, and it also mirrors the fact that the charter that actually established the commission was adopted in 1981. So this is very significant. And as we reflect on the work we're doing today, we actually have to remember the aspirations that the framers of the charter had in 1981.
My name is Sean Tate and I work for an organization called the African Policing Civilian Oversight Forum. We've been working with the African Commission for the 10 years that the Luanda guidelines have been in existence and assisted them in technical capacity to have them developed and adopted. The award today is in recognition of the efforts that not only we have been making, but others in ensuring that we adopt a rights-based approach to arrest, police custody and pretrial detention in Africa. With this award, we hope to inspire continued efforts in this environment. Thank you.
Today, as we draw the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to a close, we reflect on a remarkable journey that began on October 17 and culminates today, November 6, 2024. Over the past 21 days, we welcomed state delegates, representatives of NHRIs and NGOs, as well as esteemed participants. We witnessed vibrant discussions, shared profound insights, and forged connections that transcend borders. From the opening statements that set the tone for our deliberations to the passionate debates on pressing human rights issues in Africa, each moment has underscored our collective commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights across our continent. We also celebrated Africa Human Rights Day on 21st of October with a joint colloquium on realizing economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa. We held various panels that addressed critical topics essential to the promotion and protection of human rights. The rich diversity of voices represented strengthened our resolve and enriched our understanding of the challenges we face. As we celebrate our achievements, let us also remember the work that lies ahead, guiding us as we strive to create a future where the rights of every individual are respected and upheld. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all participants, advocates of human rights, and organizations who contributed their time, expertise, and passion to the 81st Ordinary Session. Your dedication is the heartbeat of our mission. As we draw to a close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and solidarity that has defined these discussions. Together, we can build a brighter future for all Africans, ensuring that the principles of human dignity, equality, and justice remain at the forefront of our efforts. Thank you for your invaluable contributions and for your unwavering commitment to human rights. Safe travels, and we look forward to reconvening in the spirit of progress and unity. And as we part, may we always remember that human rights is our collective responsibility.
D'abord, il y a au niveau de la Commission ce qu'on appelle les mécanismes spéciaux. Il s'agit d'une espèce de subdivision interne du travail avec des rapporteurs, avec des groupes de travail et avec des comités. C'est comme cela que la Commission africaine de l'homme et des peuples travaille. Alors, c'est sur une base thématique. Un rapporteur, il travaille seul, il peut travailler sur les réfugiés, sur les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. Un comité, c'est un groupe d'un certain nombre de commissaires qui travaillent en association avec les experts extérieurs sur une thématique encore bien déterminée. Ça peut être la torture, ça peut être la peine de mort, en tout cas sur les questions qui sont liées aux droits de l'homme. Ensuite, vous avez les groupes de travail. Ce ne sont que des appellations qui changent, mais en réalité, c'est des structures, des microstructures formées à la fois d'un groupe de commissaires 3, de quelques experts extérieurs. Quand ils se mettent ensemble, ils forment un groupe de travail pour le profit de la commission, c'est-à-dire ils analysent des choses et font des propositions à la plénière des 11 commissaires pour qu'ils puissent adopter et donner des orientations et des conseils aux États qui attendent justement de la commission ces conseils-là. En matière de protection des droits de l'homme, le plus grand problème que nous connaissons, c'est le fait que nos décisions ne sont pas mises en œuvre. Hein. Et ce n'est pas une maladie qui paralyse uniquement la Commission. La Cour africaine a également ce même problème et tous les autres organes d'ailleurs de l'Union africaine. Il faudrait la promotion des droits de l'homme, c'est-à-dire leur prêcher les droits de l'homme tous les jours pour qu'ils puissent adhérer à la religion des droits de l'homme.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dallenci Jama, Fichi Gambia, Dekuwai Kural Buyore Chirudomo Adamachi Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility. Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Dallenci Jama, Fichi Gambia, Dekuwai Kural Buyore Chirudomo Adamachi Africa. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Ngoï-Lumbu. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, AGA était pour moi une structure, une organisation lointaine. J'avoue que je ne savais pas grand-chose de quoi il s'agissait. Mais il a fallu que nous puissions en assumer la présidence qui avait commencé par celui qui était l'ancien président de la commission, Solomon Lederso, dont j'ai hérité le mandat pour que je puisse bien comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. Au tout début, AGA m'a permis d'abord de m'approprier, une appropriation en tout cas des textes qui organisent cette importante plateforme, ce qui m'a permis de comprendre de quoi il s'agissait, quelle était la plus-value de ce mécanisme important, parce que c'est en fait une plateforme qui permet à toutes les organisations de l'Union africaine qui travaillent en matière de droits de l'homme, de démocratie et de bonne gouvernance de devoir interagir sur des sujets d'intérêt commun au sein de l'Union africaine. Il était tout à fait indiqué, en tout cas, que les organisations qui travaillent dans ces domaines puissent avoir une plateforme où elles discutent ensemble de ces questions, plutôt que de voir chacun d'entre elles, de ces organisations, rester dans son coin et continuer à travailler sur des matières qui gagneraient à être fédérées. Et depuis lors, je pense que nous avons fait un excellent mandat, une excellente présidence en tant que membre de la Commission africaine de droits de l'homme et des peuples, mais le temps est court. Il ne nous a pas permis de mettre en œuvre toutes les idées que nous avions proposées jusqu'à ce que nous avons cédé le bâton de commandement au Comité africain des experts sur le droit et le bien-être des enfants. Merci beaucoup.
My name is Commissioner Dr. Lita Musimi-Ogana. My capacity is dual. I am the commissioner responsible for the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, and also the commissioner in charge of the protection of rights of indigenous communities and minorities in Africa. This was an amazing forum. When we were conceiving the idea of having this joint forum, we thought of a space where, as a commission, we could have stakeholders every year come, join us to discuss some of the things and items that are not normally covered specifically in our mandates. We thought of issues that we may not be able otherwise to deal with during our normal work in the commission. And so it has been a huge success from the first day to the second day to the last day. Even now people are still in the room. Nobody has left. And we think that the topics have been very exciting. The views that have been shared are very innovative, and that we have been able to successfully bring together member states, civil society, national human rights commissions, and partners and stakeholders under one roof to discuss these key issues that we do not normally have time to reflect on every day. We want to say that next year you are welcome to our second forum, and we look forward to your participation, and we can assure you this is the forum. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Abiola Idowojo, and I'm the Acting Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Indeed, they just concluded ACHPR support to AU organs with human rights mandates, recorded a lot of success, and on the part of the African Commission, ACHPR for short, there were a significant contribution to the development of normative instruments within the African human rights system. There was enhanced public awareness of the work that we do, increased visibility, and we were also able to have institutional capacity strengthening through the provision of technical assistance, technical experts who contributed to the core business of the work of the African Commission. On normative frameworks, as you know, one of the things that we do is to increasingly interpret the provisions of the African Charter and to develop knowledge products, knowledge tools that help member states to better implement the human rights obligations that they have under the African Charter. Two key knowledge products that emerged from this support would include the alert and reporting mechanism for torture victims and the guidelines for the protection of persons from enforced disappearances in Africa. These tools provide clear directives to state parties on implementing AU shared value treaties. On increased visibility and through numerous activities such as regional conferences and validation meetings, the ACHPR significantly raised its profile and enhanced citizens' access to its services. Notable events include the conference that we had on the impact of COVID-19 on HIV responses in Africa, and the development of the use of force training module for police and prison officers in Africa. And lastly, on capacity building, the ACHPR, through this support, recruited 6 staff members to strengthen its operational capacity and contribute to its core businesses. This included senior litigation officers, a senior monitoring and evaluation, accountability and learning officer for the first time in the history of the African Commission, and a finance officer that was also committed to overseeing the financial aspect of this support project. These were all core capacities that were contributed to the daily and ongoing businesses of the African Commission, enhancing its capacity to better protect and promote human and people's rights on the continent. We're grateful for the support. I thank you. Hello, I am Abiola Idowojo, Executive Secretary to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The road hashtag ACHPR 83OX is in full swing, and it is my pleasure to invite all stakeholders to join us for the 83rd Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, taking place in person here in Banjul, the Gambia, the seat of the African Commission on Human Rights. This important session brings together key stakeholders on the continent and beyond. Of course, this will include member states, national human rights institutions, non-governmental organizations, and diverse actors that are committed to the promotion and protection of human and people's rights on the continent. On the agenda of the 83rd Ordinary Session, we would have the consideration of the situation of human rights on the African continent, the consideration of state reports that are submitted by states that are parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the discussions related to the relationship between the African Commission and national human rights institutions, as well as NGOs, and the grant of affiliate and observer status respective to these bodies, the activity report of our commissioners on the activities that they have conducted between the last session, where we met in October, November, and this session which we will be having. And of course, I'd like to say that we will be having the 2nd edition of our Joint Special Mechanisms Forum, which was inaugurated last year in Dakar, Senegal. We will be happy to have you contribute to the conversation that we'll be having as we explore the relationship between human rights.
Nous allons reprendre avec les travaux, espérant que les délégations des États, les institutions nationales des droits de l'homme et les organisations de la société civile nous rejoindre dans quelques instants. Je vais demander au protocole de demander au secrétariat de bien vouloir nous rejoindre sur le podium pour que nous puissions recommencer avec les travaux de cet après-midi. Angelo, can you assist us to change the name of the panelist so that Commissioner Derso can start with the panel? You leave that one for Fabiola, and that one is, you should put for our colleague there. You'll bring it. He will be the only one panelist. Okay? Yes, thank you very much to all of you. We now going to have the panel on the African Union.
The timing is wrong. It says for 2 hours. It should be 1 hour.
1 hour, okay. Now we are going to have the panel on lessons from the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda and current challenges, human rights in conflict situations and transitional justice. Quoi de plus normal que ce panel soit dirigé par, et modéré d'ailleurs, par l'honorable commissaire Solomon Ayele Derso, qui y est notre point focal au sein de la Commission africaine, en charge de Human Rights Situation in Conflict, les droits de l'homme en situation de conflit, and transitional justice, la justice transitionnelle. So for this panel, according to the agenda, we are going to use 1 hour. I give the floor to Commissioner Derso to lead us with this agenda on this item. Thank you.
We were supposed to have the representative of Rwanda joining us today. I'm not really sure what happened, so we couldn't be able to have that. This convening is taking place within the framework of the decision of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in its resolution relating to the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. It is to be recalled that both the African Union and the United Nations, through decisions of both organizations, have designated 7 April as the International Day for the commemoration of the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. The period of commemoration actually runs from the 7th of April until June. And we, in the Africa Commission on Human and People's Rights, since the adoption of that resolution, have on a yearly basis been commemorating the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. And the purpose of this panel is first and foremost to ensure that the lessons from that horrific incident that shocked the conscience of the continent and the world are adequately heeded, and us at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, we are convinced that the promotion and protection of human and people's rights is part and parcel of ensuring non-repetition of such kind of horrific acts on the African continent and indeed beyond. The other reason for the convening of the panel is also for purpose of advancing, not just in terms of the paying homage and respect to the lives lost, to the suffering endured by those who have been victimized and brutalized through that massacre in 1994. Indeed, that is very important. But also to ensure that there is increased consciousness and action towards ensuring that it's not just in Rwanda, but importantly, and of course beyond Rwanda, in all parts of the continent, that this thing doesn't occur. Since 1994, as you know, a lot of progress have been made, particularly institutionally and normatively speaking. We have witnessed the shift from the Organization of African Unity to the African Union. And one of the factors behind the institutional and legal change in the African Union is actually that experience from 1994. That is why Article 4H of the Constitutive Act stipulates that the African Union has the right to intervene in situations of grave circumstances, namely genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity. And the AU also established institutions for dealing with and operationalizing these normative commitments, including the Peace and Security Council of the African Union. And at the level of the Commission, we have also played our part through the advancement of normative and institutional developments, through the study on human rights in conflict situations, through the study on transitional justice and human and people's rights in Africa, and indeed through the various advocacy work and engagement that we have had. Most recently, the AU Commission also established the Office of the Special Envoy for the Prevention of Genocide and Mass Atrocities. So a lot of progress have been made, normatively and institutionally. But the stark reality of our current situation and what we have experienced over the course of the past years is that there is an increasing gulf and divide between the progress that have been made normatively and structurally and the actual realities of people who are caught up in the crossfire of violence on the continent. You might have heard the chairperson of the Commission in his opening remarks making reference to some situations in which genocidal violence might have occurred. And the question really is, if you look back, for example, if we take the case of Sudan, if you look back to 2004 and 2005 and 6 around Darfur, the level of political, social mobilization against the horrific incidents that were unfolding in Darfur was incredible. We have been having a lot of media coverage of what was happening. Countries both in Africa and elsewhere in the world, civil society organizations, the level of activism, engagement, and mobilization and political action has been really huge. We have experienced muted responses to heinous acts of mass atrocities being perpetrated, particularly in conflict situations on this continent. So what happened? What have we become? Have we become numb? And why do we have the difference between these institutional and structural advancements on the one hand, but the political sense of outrage, the social outrage that we have displayed some years, but 20 years ago? What happened to that? Why are we not as outraged, even more outraged today than we were 20 years ago, for example? What happened? The plight of people in Sudan, in Eastern DRC, in the Sahel. Why? It is exactly for this reason that the best way that we find to pay homage and respect to those who lost their lives in 1994 is actually to ask these difficult questions. Because we are indeed failing. Something is not adding up. How can we have this increased gulf between the normative and institutional advancements and our sense of outrage in the face of such violations? To help us reflect on all of these issues, I'm very pleased that I'm joined by the two distinguished gentlemen that I introduced earlier on. Maybe we can start with the Special Envoy of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission for the Prevention of Genocide and Mass Atrocities, Adama Deng. Colleagues can you please?
Your Excellency, Professor President of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, honorable commissioners, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen.
We can't hear.
I will start by Your Excellency, Professor President of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, honorable commissioners, representatives of the civil society. I will start by calling on recommendation drafted to governments organized by the when they are respects the victims of the 1994 genocide perpetrated against the Tutsis in Rwanda. We should be looking back, but we should also be looking forward. Such terrible events have lessons to teach us, and by learning from them, we are honoring.
Okay, colleagues, can you do something about it? We'll come back to that, because you check and properly do the necessary check before we proceed. Instead of wasting time, I will move to Alan, and then we'll come back to that. Please. Where is Alan? Okay, Alan, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Derso, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable commissioners, distinguished delegates. 31 years ago, the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda exposed catastrophic action, cost of inaction, and deadly consequences of silence in the face of rising hate and mass violence. Nearly 1 million people lost their lives in just over 100 days, an atrocity that unfolded not in darkness, but in full view of a world that chose not to act. This genocide was not only a failure of humanity, it was a failure of our regional and international protection systems. Today we remember the victims and the survivors, but remembrance alone is not enough. Our duty as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, as organs of the African Union, as member states, as national human rights institutions, and as civil society, is to ensure that our collective never again becomes a lived reality, not a hollow refrain. The African Union Transitional Justice Policy offers us a transformative and homegrown framework rooted in African values and international norms. It emphasizes a holistic, victim-centered, and rights-based approach to justice, truth, accountability, reparations, and guarantees for non-repetition. The policy underscores the importance of institutional reform and civic trust, pillars that must underpin all post-conflict situations, recovery, and atrocity prevention efforts. However, for these commitments to translate into prevention, three things are essential: principal leadership from this Commission, national ownership by states and institutions, and strong partnerships with civil society. In the spirit of the African Union Transitional Justice Policy, I wish to make three key recommendations to this Commission, to the African Union Peace and Security Council, to member states, and to national human rights institutions present. First, the Commission should further integrate transitional justice into its prevention mandate. Through its study that Commissioner Derso mentioned just now on transitional justice and human and people's rights in Africa, and through the Resolution 486, this Commission has laid important normative foundations. But these should now be operationalized, and this is how we suggest the operationalization. One, systematically deploying early warning and investigative missions in contexts showing signs of identity-based violence, hate speech, and institutional breakdown, as we see today in Sudan and Eastern DRC. Second, appointing a dedicated focal point or a working group on genocide prevention and transitional justice within the Commission with a strong survivor-centric lens. Third, to issue country-specific guidance on transitional justice obligations under the African Charter. Such an opportunity presently exists for Sudan in the ongoing work of the fact-finding mission of this Commission on Sudan. And finally, strengthening partnerships with local truth-telling and memorialization initiatives that promote social healing and counter revisionism and denialism. Civil society is ready to support these efforts with documentation, with research, with survivor engagement, and on-the-ground analysis. The second point is that there should be institutionalized and sustained coordination between this Commission and the African Union Peace and Security Council. As civil society, we have often witnessed warning signs years before violence erupts. But too often these warning signs go unheeded due to institutional silos. The African Charter and the PSC Protocol provide clear basis for complementarity. And in this regard, we would need a formal mechanism for information sharing between this Commission and the PSC on early warning indicators, especially in conflict-affected states. Joint missions and briefings to the PSC by this Commission, particularly where rights violations signal potential atrocity risks. Third, inclusion of civil society evidence and survivor testimony in conflict assessments and peace missions. Integration of human rights risk assessments into and mediation efforts, ensuring that prevention is not seen just as a post-conflict exercise, but a tool for averting escalation. And then finally, in this segment is a permanent liaison role between this commission and the AU Special Envoy on the Prevention of Genocide and Other Mass Atrocities. Without coordination, prevention becomes reactive, but with cooperation, we can turn early warning into early action. The third and final one, Honorable Commissioners, is we must ensure enhanced national implementation of transitional justice measures, particularly legislative, institutional, and educational reforms. Prevention begins at the national level, but the best prevention is investment in justice and inclusion. We encourage member states present to adopt national transitional justice strategies aligned with the African Union Transitional Justice Policy and the African Charter. We urge legislative reforms to criminalize hate speech, incitement to violence in accordance with human rights standards. We request for to support the integration of genocide prevention and human rights education into national school curricula with survivor testimonies at the center. And finally, to amplify the voices and rights of survivors, not only as witnesses to the past, but as architects of the future. National human rights institutions have a crucial role to play here, monitoring risks, advocating for policy change, and serving as bridges between the state and society. We urge national human rights institutions to adopt genocide prevention as part of their strategic mandates and to collaborate closely with local organizations and survivor communities. So as we commemorate, let us remember that transitional justice is not a linear process. It's a long journey, and prevention is not merely an aspiration, it must be our practice. The Commission has a critical role to play in ensuring that the rights enshrined in the African Charter not only are respected in times of peace, but are fiercely protected when they are most at risk. Let us honor the victims of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi with more than just words, with action rooted in justice, grounded in dignity, and guided by the painful but powerful lessons of our past. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alan, for that very probing and powerful intervention, highlighting the specific actions that is expected of us at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, working in concert with the various institutions of the African Union, from the Peace and Security Council to the Special Envoy on the prevention of genocide and other mass atrocities. That brings me to the message from Adam Adeng, the Special Envoy, the reason why we regularly interact with him and engage him and have him in this occasion is exactly to start practicing that. Thank you very much, point well taken, and we will have your intervention for informing the follow-up action that we need to do. Colleagues, please.
Your Excellency, Professor Renengo Lumbu, President of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioners, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. I will start by recalling the point I made during the commemoration of Kibuka 31, organized by the African Union, AU, in Addis Ababa a month ago. When we pay our respects to the victims of the 1994 genocide perpetrated against the Tutsis in Rwanda, we should be looking back, but we should also be looking forward. Such terrible events have lessons to teach us, and by learning from them, we are honoring those who died. We have a responsibility to do everything in our power to prevent these crimes from happening again. The commitment not to forget and the commitment to prevent are two sides of the same coin. As I always stress, the genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda was witnessed by the international community that made the unspeakable choice of not intervening to prevent or stop it. This was evidenced in the report of the international panel of the eminent personalities established in 1998 by the Organization of African Unity, OAU, to investigate the 1994 genocide in Rwanda and the surrounding events. I had the privilege to sit and chair the editorial committee which reviewed the final draft of the report. The ICRC visited the ICTR in Arusha, where it was briefed on the tribunal's operations. It's worth to recall that the OAU asked the panel to establish the facts about how such a grievous crime was conceived, planned, and executed, to look at the failure to enforce the United Nations Genocide Convention in Rwanda and in the Great Lake region, and to recommend measures aimed at redressing the consequences of the genocide and at preventing any possible recurrence of such a crime. The panel was also mandated to investigate what African and non-African leaders, individually or collectively, could have done to avert the genocide. There was no doubt that in Rwanda the UN failed the Tutsi. The Organization of African Unity also failed the Tutsi. We cannot ignore that there are lessons learned from the failure of the past. It's no surprise that I'm mentioning at the very beginning of my remarks the visit of the ICRC, as it shows what I consider a key lesson drawn from the genocide against the Tutsi, a key lesson that relates to the accountability for past crimes. Indeed, the work of ICTR has demonstrated that no matter the position of perpetrators, accountability can significantly contribute to healing and national building. Further, worth noting that accountability isn't limited to international or regional courts or any other specific judicial processes. All that is required is the sincere commitment of the society to grapple with its past by bringing those most responsible to account. But the process can also serve as a powerful reminder that no matter your position, decisions must and should be guided by values of rule of law and human rights. Drawing lessons on the failure of the OAU, the AU demonstrated in its constitutive act a critical shift from the principle of non-interference in the affairs of states to one of non-interference to the suffering of the other. These principles AU the right to intervene in grave circumstances, namely war crime, genocide, and crimes against humanity. Over the past decades, my personal and professional background has thrown me in the global conversation on genocide prevention and vigilance. My humble contributions stem from legal expertise, human rights advocacy, and direct involvement in international justice. Today, I humbly serve as the inaugural AU Special Envoy on the prevention of genocide and other mass atrocities. I'm therefore always reminded that genocide prevention requires legal accountability, international vigilance, and proactive intervention. Beyond the lessons we must learn from the 1994 genocide against the moments in Africa that make the work and vigilance of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, ACHPR, and the AU particularly urgent today. Several African countries are currently facing political crisis and armed conflict, resulting in massive human rights violations. For example, beside what has been going on in Eastern DRC, the situation in Sudan and South Sudan, the attacks against the dignity of sub-Saharan migrants in North Africa and notably in Tunisia and Libya required urgent attention to prevent atrocities and protect vulnerable populations. Furthermore, the spread of hate speech and discrimination, often exacerbated by ethnic, pose a serious risk of violence and genocide. It is crucial to monitor and counter those discourses to avoid tragedies like those of the past. Moreover, conflict and political crisis lead to massive population displacement, creating critical humanitarian situations. The ACHPR and the AU must work together to provide adequate protection and assistance to refugees and displaced persons. These developments truly underscore the importance of heightened vigilance and rapid intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, while repeating that the ACHPR and the AU should increase their vigilance to prevent such atrocities in the future, it is worth noting certainly significant frustration with the international community's handling of the Sudan and South Sudan issues, the Peace and Security Council's statements on this crisis notwithstanding. The killings of the Masalites in Darfur, allegedly targeted because of their identity, the rise in hate speech targeting the Nuer in South Sudan, particularly the gendered dimension of this hatred, is worrying. The international community, including the ACHPR, must be prepared to intervene quickly if there are signs of genocide or massive human rights violations. In addition to the accountability I already mentioned, there are also other lessons to be learned from the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. Allow me to refer to some of them in a telegraphic manner of time constraint. Reconciliation through truth-telling commissions. This is an important process in ensuring that victims can face their tormentors. Again, Rwanda has demonstrated that this process can even be homegrown initiatives with sincere commitment to address the root causes of the conflict. Contribution to legal and institutional governance of the country. Such efforts significantly increase capabilities of national institutions to address rule of law challenges in the country. Again, the support of ICTR to national institutions of accountability stands out. For the ACHPR, one of its key strengths is its investigative mandate. This is an area that could be strengthened to allow or enable the institution's sound and alarm of ongoing or potential violations of human rights. It has ability to bring these issues to the attention of the member states. The ACHPR has an advantage of being an African institution without baggage of being called out as an imposition of external actors. It should utilize this opportunity of being an institution created by African states to report on potential threats and challenges to member states. Its ability to work with civil society should be strengthened. This aspect recognizes the indispensable importance of civil society in reporting and bringing to light potential threats and violations. Lastly, existing relationship between the ACHPR and the African Court on Women and People's Rights should be strengthened to address the issues related to accountability for human rights violations, as in the process, this can help nurture rule of law development in the country in quest. Through education and awareness raising, we must address the danger of hate speech and discrimination, as this is crucial to preventing conflict, and also we have to be monitoring and reporting mechanisms to effectively detect and respond to human rights violations. The crisis in Sudan and South Sudan particularly require a proactive and coordinated approach. This should apply also to the situation I referred in North Africa. Further, working closely with local organizations and community leaders will help identify potential tensions and risks. This will allow for the implementation of locally appropriate solutions and strengthen community resilience. Underscoring the importance of prevention and vigilance, it should be emphasized that the genocides against the Tutsi was not a spontaneous event, but rather premeditated and fueled by hate speech. This reminds the ACHPR of the need to monitor the warning signs of violence and strengthen prevention mechanisms. Another lesson is that media propaganda played a key role in the radicalization and dehumanization of victims. The ICHPR must therefore promote human rights education and combat hate speech online and in the media, mainly as social networks show how fast they can be these days. Furthermore, the responsibility of the international community cannot be overemphasized. The international community's inaction in the face of massacres in Rwanda was a moral and political failure. In 2025, this underscored the importance for the ACHPR and the AU to strengthen protection and rapid response mechanisms. This is fundamental. The genocide against the Tutsi also showed that international justice alone is not enough. The ACHPR must encourage processes of reconciliation and remembrance to prevent a repetition of such atrocities. Let us also reaffirm that refusing to acknowledge crime hinders the healing of survivors and delays reconciliation. The ACHPR must therefore ensure that the memory of the genocide is preserved and taught. These lessons are essential for the ACHPR to better fulfill its mandate and honor the victims of yesterday by preventing another genocide in the future. I thank you.
We thank the Special Envoy on the prevention of genocide and other mass atrocities for that very profound statement, calling on all of us to be vigilant, but also, importantly, on the necessity and imperative of accountability as one of the areas of lessons learned, on top of the prevention dimension that Alan also made reference to in his intervention. This brings us to the end of the presentations from the members of the panel. I now open the floor for interventions and reflections from members and delegates of states parties, NHRIs and member states, civil society organizations. I see the representative of Sahrawi Arab Republic. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Commissioners, Ambassadors, and delegates, all protocols observed. I just wanted to confirm that the Sahrawi Republic stands in unconditional solidarity with the victims of the genocide that occurred in Rwanda in 1994. That crime is still heavy and difficult to grasp for all of us, but we believe now that we are looking back to that sad crime as history, that we should never forget that without permanent attention, monitoring, promotion, and protection of human rights, we may likely witness new human rights violations, new crimes of war, crimes against humanity, and genocide, all of which may always occur worldwide, not only in Africa, unless we make sure that to restore peace and establish stability based on the respect of African and international law. The genocide in Rwanda taught us, and I will finish, that neutrality cannot be a good choice, never. Never in the face of ongoing crimes and people's rights, and that impunity also of perpetrators can never be eternal. There will always be time for accountability, and history in the end will judge all actors, victims and perpetrators, but also passive witnesses and accomplices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sahrawi. Any other? South Sudan, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much for giving South Sudan this opportunity to make some comments on the transitional justice package, the transitional justice policy for African countries. And I believe up to now, this policy is not been made public to many countries. The only countries who are able to know about it are those who are currently trying to implement some of the transitional justice situations in their countries, like South Sudan. I think, and I'm suggesting that the African Union Commission should help the member states to understand how these policies are going to improve the human rights situations in their countries. Because without that knowledge, it is very difficult for them to implement. Secondly, I would even want to take it further that this policy should be made as part of the curriculums in some of the institutions so that people know exactly how transitional justice works. Because I have heard from some people when I talk to them about the transitional justice in the current situation where we are trying to implement, they don't get it. It's very difficult. So that's something that I just want to bring to the notice of the Commission to start thinking on how the member state can be helped to understand the transitional justice policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Sudan. Any other requests for the floor? Okay, I don't see any requests for the floor. Thank you for those two contributions. I would now turn back to Alan for any feedback that you have, any further reflections you have, and final thoughts, Alan.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Derso, and thank you for the comments that came from the Sahrawi Arab Republic, Democratic Republic, and South Sudan. I think the point that was being raised by the delegate from South Sudan, the ambassador from South Sudan, is quite strong in the sense that African Union member states should really take into consideration within national curricula. I had mentioned legislative and institutional learning around the African Union Transitional Justice Policy. The AU Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security works with member states to try and assist member states to integrate transitional justice within not just their national legislation, but actually implementing of it. And the reality is that in many African countries, we need to deal and reckon with the past, whether that past is past that relates to colonial crimes, colonialism, or even human rights violations that happened post-independence. And so the policy framework remains quite an important document for states to reflect on and ensure that there's an implementation of it. The policy has 11 elements. The study that this commission has done expounds on each of these 11 elements, and it is worth you to have a look at this, and as you take your report back to capitals based on this session, integrating these specific issue of the 11 elements of transitional justice in the feedback to capitals would be really a step forward to raise the awareness on the policy and the frameworks and assistance, technical assistance that is available through the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. The message from the panel and from the interventions is clear. we are in a moment of crisis. We observe annually this commemoration, but this has become a routine that doesn't really trigger the kind of action, the kind of mobilization that is necessary in order to translate this commemoration and our commitment for never again into practice. The propositions that have been made by both Alan and Adama Deng are that for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, first and foremost, to be at the forefront of advancing early warning through the various mechanisms that are at its disposal, including the issuance of statements, the issuance of urgent letters of appeal, through undertaking investigation missions, as the one that the Commission is currently doing with respect to the situation in Sudan, and through bringing to the attention of relevant bodies in the African Union, most notably the African Union Peace and Security Council, the issues that deserve the collective action of the African Union. The other point from the interventions is the need for implementation of accountability mechanisms. That without accountability, we couldn't properly integrate the lessons from the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi into our practice. Accountability is a prerequisite for justice. It is a prerequisite for creating conditions for preventing the recurrence of violations. And the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, as part of the discharge of its mandate on the promotion of human and people's rights under the African Charter, has contributed to the development of the African Union Transitional Justice Policy through the study that the Commission itself had adopted. And the implementation of transitional justice policy expands the conception of accountability beyond and above prosecution and criminal trial. It avails states contending with atrocities and massive violations of human rights a wide range of options in order to establish the facts and circumstances around the occurrence of those mass human rights violations. How did they happen? Why did they happen? And who are the victims and who are the actors responsible? And also to identify ways and means of healing the wounds and the suffering endured by victims. And for ensuring that those who engaged in the perpetration repent for the acts that they have committed, and that the necessary reforms, institutional, policy, legal, social, educational reforms are also instituted. And these are the range of options that these instruments put in place. And finally, there is the question of the here and now. From Sudan, as mentioned earlier on, in the Horn of Africa, beyond Sudan, in other sites of violence, in Eastern DRC, in the Sahel, and Adama mentioned the plight of African migrants in North Africa. These need to concern and preoccupy us. And the actions that we take, or the neutrality, as the Sahrawi Arab Republic representative mentioned, or the neutrality and the silence that we choose, defines whether or not we are committed to what we are saying, whether we are willing to walk the talk. So what is it that we in this commission and this human rights community are willing and able to do in response to and to address these issues in Sudan, South Sudan, the Sahel, Eastern DRC, and the plight of African migrants in North Africa? What is it that we are willing to do? These are the questions that I would like to leave you with, and I wish to thank members of the panel, each of you for your kind attention, and for those of you who took the floor for your contribution. I wish to thank all of you members of the Commission and the Secretariat for making this panel possible. Chair, over to you.
Thank you. They deserve a round of applause, please, because this issue is very important. We are not, on n'est pas en train de célébrer en tout cas le génocide en applaudissant. Je ne sais pas comment le dire en anglais.
Commemorating this, we are, on the contrary, applauding the idea that we should prevent any new genocide from happening. It is in this background, and whilst expressing our total solidarity towards the people of Rwanda for the genocide against Tutsis of 1994, we would like to tell them how the whole of Africa is ashamed. Adama Dieng said so. It was a failure of the United Nations, a failure of the big powers, a failure of the international community, but also a failure of the African Union. Africa in its entirety have to be ashamed, as anywhere that you have any potentialities for a new genocide, Eastern DRC, Sudan, South Sudan, in the Sahel countries, Libya, the discourse of hate against the southern sub-Saharians in the northern part of Africa should be denounced. I would like to seize this opportunity to launch a concept which is very close to my heart. Ubuntu said. Muntu in African languages means humanity. Never again should this arrive in our countries once again. Thank you, Commissioner Derso, for these moments that we have, painful moments that we have shared in this panel. Another painful incident, and we will conclude on that. We will conclude with tears, indeed. It is torture. Torture is not something that is lovable. It's not a lovable matter. Torture always inflicts suffering. What is at stake here is also inhuman, cruel, and degrading treatment. It is in this panel of rememorization. I'm not even talking about commemoration. It is against this background that we will open another panel on the need for a torture-free treatment. And Honorable Commissioner Atem Sail, who's the chairperson of the Commission of the Conventions Against Torture within the African Union Commission, he is the one who would present it. I would like to request our Secretariat to receive the panelists who will be here to work with Commissioner Hatton. Commissioner Hatton, please come here. There is enough space. Please come and take over my seat so that you'll be at ease.
A torture-free trade treaty. We are here on behalf of the TFTT Africa Group in collaboration with the CPTA, Committee on the Prevention of Torture in Africa. We will be reflecting on how Africa can be a leading partner in this global campaign for a torture-free trade treaty. The TFTT, as we call it, is an international initiative that aims to regulate the trade of global trade of law enforcement tools that are used to torture for ill treatment. These include electric shock devices, for example, spike buttons, etc. While some regions, like the European Union, has taken steps to control the trade and global and created a global framework for a global framework is still lacking. The campaign gained momentum at the UN with the launch of the Alliance for Torture-Free Trade, and in 2022, a group of governmental experts recommended the creation of a binding treaty to regulate this trade. The proposal entails three elements. One is to ban inherently abusive law enforcement equipment like electric shocks and buttons. Regulating also standard tools like handcuffs and tear gas that are generally for law enforcement but can also be used abusively to torture. The aim is to reduce torture and ill treatment by removing harmful equipment that are in circulation. Africa has already demonstrated a leadership role through the African Commission Resolution 472 and also the Robben Island Guidelines, particularly Guideline 14, which calls on states to regulate this trade. However, implementation remains a concern, as only a few countries have specific laws in place to control such equipment. This panel will explore how to transform African Commission commitments into practical actions, including realizing the objectives of Resolution 472, which is on the use of and production, export, and trade of tools used for torture, as well as particularly Guideline 14 of the Robben Island Guidelines, which we want to focus on looking at how they can be actualized into regional action to support the TFTT proposal. I won't waste much time. I would like to introduce the panelists. Each panelist will have 10 minutes to make a presentation. And we will start with Honorable Commissioner Hatem, who is representing the CPTA as chairman of the CPTA. He will share insights on the African Commission's efforts and the CPTA's efforts in terms of supporting the TFTT and also addressing the use of tools. Commissioner, you have the floor. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. I would like to greet all participants here present. It is therefore a pleasure today to share with you efforts deployed by the African Commission and its Committee for the Prevention of Torture for a torture-free trade. We will look at our collective commitments to put an end to the trade in instruments of torture, which is essential for the protection of human rights in African countries. The Committee for the Prevention of Torture has always placed prevention of torture and ill treatment at the center of its mandate on the basis of solid instruments such as the Robben Islands Guidelines. And this, in particular, Rule number 14, calls explicitly to the states to prohibit and prevent the production, trade, and the use of torture tools. My statement would be around 3 items, 3 points. Number 1 would be the resolution. Then I would share with you the 2023 strategic report and what we have ask the state. The resolution on the prohibition of the use and production of an export of torture instruments, resolution 472/20, given the persistence of the acts of torture, the CPTA has initiated several measures. In 2000, we adopted the Commission Resolution 472, which calls on the state parties to prohibit strictly the production, the trade, and the use of torture instruments used to inflict torture. This decision reaffirms the fundamental provisions of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Robben Island Guidelines, and the principles of Luanda. The CPTA, besides, has produced a strategic report jointly with Omega Foundation, presented in May 2023. This report documents the current situation with respect to the use, the production, and, of weapons in Africa. The report reminds us of the relevant resolutions of the guidelines and gave an overview of the trade of such instruments in Africa. It emanates from this report that Africa is not a big manufacturer of these instruments, but then you have one country that come to mind who produce security monitors. The report proposes a classification. Number 1, equipment that are intrinsically abusive, and also the instruments used by the police, among others, electric shocks, and beating people with these other instruments. And furthermore, the report underscores other equipment used by by the security orders, security forces, chemical products, handcuffs, battens. In some cases, these instruments are diverted from their initial use. For example, the use of gas. Specific question. CPTA has integrated specific issues relating to the prohibition, production of trade, and the use of torture instruments. In its request for periodic reports, this will enable us to ensure that the countries have respected the commitment when it comes to prevention of torture, and that these instruments have no way in policing. In that regard, it is important that the African countries ratify and apply the Convention of the United Nations against torture, its facultative protocol, and it is important to submit periodic reports detailing the progress accomplished when it comes to the implementation of their commitments, especially Rule 14 of the Robben Island Guidelines. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, international partners play a key role in establishing world order to prohibit the trade in instruments of torture. The cooperation of governments, civil society organizations, and regional institutions is necessary to enhance the mechanism for the prevention and protection. The CSOs have a fundamental role to play, and it is therefore crucial that they continue efforts to sensitize people and to advocate for the strict implementation of international and national laws that has prohibited inhuman practices. CPTA is resolved to collaborate in all the stakeholders so that Africa will be a model against torture. Thanks of our joint efforts, we can build a future for all individuals who will benefit from dignity. And on that note, I would like to thank you for your kind attention. And dear moderator, I will hand over the baton to you.
Overview of the work of the CPTA in this very important endeavor. And I think already a lot of issues that we can start reflecting on if we haven't already. We will now move to Ms. Albab Tasfai from the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, who will be speaking on the role of national human rights commissions and experiences in terms of addressing the issue of tools of torture in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Imran, for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Commissioner Hatem and Honorable Commissioners, distinguished panelists and participants. In my intervention, I will try to briefly highlight again the role of the African Commission and the committee so far in advancing torture-free trade in Africa, recent global trends on torture-free trade, as well as the role of national human rights institutions in addressing torture generally, and their specific role in pushing for torture-free trade. It has already been mentioned by Commissioner Hatem, so I'll be very brief in relation to what the African Commission has done so far. For the last 20 years, the African Commission has advocated for trade controls on law enforcement weapons and equipment. Specifically, the Robben Island Guidelines, which were adopted in 2002, have a specific provision, as mentioned, so I will not repeat it. But there's also the Luanda Guidelines of 2014, which require states to limit the permissible use of restraints and the types of restraints to protect the inherent dignity of detained persons. In 2020, the CPTA had also adopted as its theme the prohibition of the use, production, and trade of equipment or substances designed to inflict torture or ill treatment. I will now move to the global trends on torture-free trade. In recent years, there has been a strong global movement towards torture-free trade, notably the Torture-Free Trade Network, which was established in January 2023 with a global network of over 80 organizations. The network has been advocating for the establishment of a torture-free trade treaty to ban inherently abusive weapons and regulate the trade of standard police equipment that can be misused to commit torture and ill treatment. With regards to the role of national human rights institutions in this regard, it will be noted that national human rights institutions, as well as those designated as national preventive mechanisms, can be powerful actors to prevent torture and ill treatment and to safeguard the rights of individuals who face heightened risks, including those deprived of liberty. NHRIs have a significant convening power. They can be a bridge between authorities and civil society. NHRIs have direct contact with victims, authorities, persons deprived of liberty, and with all the actors that can drive change. NHRIs are actors in changing laws, policies, and practices. They can support or lead training of police and prison officials, and they have broad mandates and legal powers to be primary human rights defenders at the national level. NHRIs are predominantly the only mechanisms with the independence, expertise, and legal authority to effectively investigate and document particularly serious human rights violations and abuses such as torture, in compliance with the Istanbul Protocol. NHRIs can preserve evidence and build a record of truth so that the voices of victims may be heard long after injuries have faded or supplementary evidence of torture has otherwise disappeared. Many NHRIs continue this work in challenging and often dangerous circumstances where more traditional access to redress mechanisms have failed. In November 2023, more than 85 NHRIs participating in the 14th International Conference of NHRIs in Denmark unanimously adopted the Kiev-Copenhagen Declaration, committing to redouble their efforts to prevent and address torture and other ill treatment in response to heightened risks and an escalation in cases worldwide. During the conference, NHRIs underscored that the prohibition of torture and ill treatment must be respected and protected at all times and under all circumstances without exception, including in situations of armed conflict and any other public emergency. The NHRIs in that conference resolved to apply their mandates to advocate for national legal frameworks and reforms, to contribute to effective implementation, to act as control mechanisms against torture in cooperation with regional and international bodies, to sensitize and train law enforcement on the use of force, permissible devices, and weapons, to empower and support victims and survivors of torture and other ill treatment, to independently investigate and respond to allegations of torture and other ill treatment, and to issue regular reports on their findings. NHRIs also resolved to assess the impact of the use of new and emerging technologies, including the use of artificial intelligence in decision-making and facial recognition technologies by police and security services. I will conclude by specifically talking about the role of NHRIs in the prohibition of equipment that is inherently abusive or that may be used to commit torture. NHRIs and other specialist oversight mechanisms can contribute to the effectiveness of existing norms and regulations by scrutinizing police procurement practices and by reporting their findings to bodies such as the African Commission and the CPTA. NHRIs are also in a strong position to support the global movement to establish a common binding international instrument to regulate trade and law enforcement equipment that is inherently abusive or that can be used to commit torture and other ill treatment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Albab. I think already you can see that this is a global initiative, but as the Honorable Commissioner mentioned, something that requires a multi-stakeholder participation and collaboration. I've already talked about the role of the regional role of the African Commission and the CBT in particular, and also thank you then for also bring in the context of African national human rights institutions. I will now move on to Dr. Jafet Bejon. I'm sorry if I pronounced the name badly, to also give us now an overview of civil society perspectives and rules in this initiative to push for a binding treaty to regulate the use of torture equipment or equipment that can be used for torture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. My intervention will focus on cases of abuse, of particularly more common tools of torture, and these are less lethal weapons. Weapons that are not intended to be lethal, they are not intended to cause death, but their unlawful use or inappropriate use may eventually cause serious injuries or death, and in many instances, their use constitutes torture. And when we speak about less lethal weapons, we are speaking about several categories of these kind of weapons. For instance, batons, electric shock weapons that the chair of the CPTA did mention, chemical irritants or weapons, including tear gas and pepper spray, kinetic impact projectiles, including rubber and plastic bullets. When used inappropriately or when used in a manner in which they were not intended, their use then may constitute torture, may even lead to death, although they are less lethal weapons. The use of these weapons often takes place in two broad contexts: custodial contexts, targeting people who have been deprived of their liberty in prisons, in places of detention, or in non-custodial context, for instance, in responding to assemblies, demonstration, or protest. And in our documentation of these less lethal weapons as Amnesty International, we have seen that unlawful or inappropriate use of these weapons not only may amount or constitute torture in treatment, but there are at least 4 ways in which that may lead them to torture. One is when these weapons are used to target peaceful protesters, for instance, with rubber and plastic bullets, and especially if used at a very close range, then they are likely to cause serious damage that may amount to torture, and in certain instances, as we have seen in certain countries, may also amount to death. Secondly is the punitive use of chemical irritants, such as pepper spray, against individuals who are already restrained and therefore are not posing any threat to law enforcement officials. And thirdly, the beating, for instance, with batons of individuals who are restrained or trying to disperse. And then finally, and perhaps this is much common across the continent, is the use of large quantities of tear gas, and especially in confined spaces. Tear gas is intended to be used in open spaces, but when used in confined spaces, then the injury that may cause to the respiratory systems of individuals who are subjected to the tear gas may be serious. And in certain instances, we have documented where the use of tear gas in confined spaces lead to death. I want also to use this opportunity just to give us 3 recent examples of the use of less lethal weapons that have resulted in serious injuries and or death across the continent. Not to say that these 3 examples are the only examples, but they represent some of the most use of less lethal weapons that we have seen with serious consequences. Last year in October 2024, following the contested elections in Mozambique, we saw law enforcement officials unlawfully using unnecessary excessive force against mostly peaceful protesters. And the result? Over 300 deaths and over 3,000 serious injuries were recorded in the aftermath of the elections in Mozambique, primarily because of the use of excessive and unnecessary force that amounted either to these deaths that were mentioned or to torture of individuals. In Kenya, you may remember the law enforcement officials' response to the protest that happened last year for several months and peaking in June in relation to the finance bill that was proposed. serious injuries, including permanent disabilities, have been recorded. And in one particular case, just to show the impact, for instance, of tear gas, an individual who was hit by a tear gas canister lost 3 of his fingers and therefore suffering permanent disability. And finally, in Nigeria, around the same time also, we saw the response the response of law enforcement officials to the End Bad Governance protest. In this particular context, at least 24 protesters were killed and also many others injured. So basically, the use or the misuse of weapons that are inherently abusive, or those that may be used for legitimate purposes, but their abuse may lead to torture, need to be regulated. That's what my panelists have been saying so far. And the driver of these violations is the availability and circulation of law enforcement equipment that is either inherently abusive or can be used, can be misused. And in this regard, we must note that Africa, and particularly the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, has really played a pioneering role in terms of setting the normative standard that is required. Commissioner Hatem already did speak about the Robben Island guidelines, in which under guideline 14, it gives an obligation of states to prohibit and prevent the use of production and trade of equipment and substances designed to inflict torture and ill treatment. And more recently, in Resolution 472, they now actually elaborated further what this would entail. And our call as civil society and as part of the torture-free trade civil society network is for African states to actively engage in the ongoing United Nations process of developing a torture-free trade treaty. So far, African states have not proactively engaged, and it will really good to follow in the footsteps of the African Commission that has played a pioneering role in also proactively engaging in these processes, including through such platforms like the Africa Group, to participate in the negotiations and ensure that the African voice is heard in this process. Thank you so much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. I think you've highlighted one of the significant aspects. I think from the campaign that has raised questions dealing with the distinction between inherently abusive equipment and equipment that are standard law enforcement equipment, but can be also abused in terms of using law enforcement. I think the campaign clearly highlights that it's not about preventing or restraining the capacity of law enforcement organizations, but to ensure, because torture is not only possible through the actions of the organizations or law enforcement organizations, but also as a consequence of the availability of equipment that can be used to commit those abuses. The Gambia is coming out of a 22-year dictatorship, very recent past, and has been very active in this engagement around promoting the development of a binding treaty, on prevention of torture. I would now like to invite Senior Counsel from the Ministry of Justice of the Gambia, Ms. Mariama Singate, to give us an overview of the Gambia's experiences of torture over the 22 years dictatorship that we've had, and also recent engagements in relation to the promotion of the TFTT.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, distinguished commissioners and delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be in your midst this afternoon, representing the government of the Gambia on this important discussion. As a country that has experienced brutality from its security forces, we are very much committed to eradicating all forms of violence and prohibiting the trade and use of any implements that may be used to commit torture. Thus, it's an honor for us to be one of the countries in Africa that is championing the cause for the torture-free treaty. For the Gambian experience, in 2016, the Gambia transitioned